Alrighty. Yeah, I had my camera working a few minutes ago, and now StreamYard says no. So let me sort my stupid camera out here, but I'll be talking to you while I figure out what the hell's going on with the camera. Thank you, Passamaquoddy and Miss Sharon. Welcome in. Good evening on a dark, rainy night. All right, see if we could sort out the whole camera situation. Weird. I set up the live a while ago. The camera was working fine, and now the camera is like not even in the list. Go figure. Well, anyway, yeah, I don't know. It's in the list, but not coming up now. Weird. Does anyone know if StreamYard hit an update? Maybe they've screwed the pooch. Oh well. It's always something with these streaming services. You're always having to deal with some kind of nonsense. Hi, Crystal. How you doing? Thank you very much. Good to see you, Crystal. And Passamaquoddy says she's here. I thought you were already here, Passamaquoddy. How's everybody's day today? Today was wet and partially sunny, or was it partly cloudy? It all depends on how you look at it, I guess. Is the glass half full or half empty? Oh wow, look at that. Crystal has done a super chat or a super sticker. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's cool. Crystal, the Yarny Chicken and Crazy Cat Lady. She's got a great channel if you're into crocheting like Passamaquoddy is and spinning yarn. Crystal has a great channel. She has some pretty good lives too. Great bunch of people in her chat. You get a chance, look her up. Me. Oh yeah, okay. She's Crystal is a moderator, so Crystal, you could drop your link if you want to. Still trying to sort out the problem with the camera. I'm not sure what's going on with that. It shows it in the list, and then I go to it, but it's not showing. I don't know. Hey, KP Heathen, thank you. Yeah, it's been raining off and on throughout the day. It was raining about 20 minutes ago, but tis the season. We're going to go in between all the seasons before we land on the actual springtime. Dogwoods are bloomed here. Um, that god awful Bradford pear tree by the house has buds on it for leaves. So it's going to be leaving out pretty soon. Leaving out. That didn't sound quite how I heard it in my head, but you know what I mean. It's going to have leaves pretty soon. And then them god awful pears that you can't do anything with. And yeah. My cats are over here. We got one in the room with me, and the rest are running around like a bunch of lunatics. At least they're getting some exercise and not laying around all day long and getting fat and lazy. There we go. There's Crystal's link. We got one of the best moderators on YouTube, Miss Sharon, in here tonight. If anybody was a natural born moderator, it's Miss Sharon. I cannot keep up with her at all. I tried to help moderate, but I just cannot keep up with her. She's lightning fast. Canella just woke up and she's trying to catch bugs. Oh, well, let me see if I can get this. I've unplugged the camera and I plugged it back in. I'm going to see. Oh, yes, you can see my ugly mug. Yes, and the cat who has decided to join us. Just like let me. Seems weird having that door open. So just hold on a second. I don't know why, but hey, there's Homestead Aquarius. Welcome in. And thank you. Here's Dusty. Let me take that off the screen so you could see Dusty a little bit better. Dusty, look up here. Yeah. Look at that handsome face. Aww. Just a big baby. Just put my coffee back there so the cat doesn't knock it over. Yeah. Crystal is Canella finally settled into the place. She feel like she's at home now. You're shedding, aren't you? Hey, why are you biting me? It wasn't much of a bite. It was more like a love nibble, but still. Gets you off guard when you're not expecting it. Oh, baby. Oh, she sit right there. No. Okay. Well, it's really hard to do this job here with you in my way, buddy. You're a lot of cat. Yeah, cattail coffee. Um, uh, Stacy wants me to take Boo Boo, but Gizmo's terrified of cats. Can you imagine a cat with all my yarn? No. Cats will love it. Cats will love playing with yarn. Yes, she is. She knows where home is for sure. That's good. Yeah, she's an awfully pretty cat, Crystal. How you doing? Yeah, you good? Have you decided to take over? Wait, would you like to run the show? Yeah, I'll just take a nap. But hey, I'll let Dusty just run the show from now on. Look, you're gonna knock the microphone over. We're gonna have an issue here tonight. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, they're I got some that, you know, have really hang on me a lot. So having this many cats, you really can't say which one's your actual favorite cat until, you know, until they just all decide whether they want to hang around you the most or not. And well, I've got 3 that want to hang around me a lot. Matter of fact, there's another one over on the bed. Turn the camera. So let's just hope I don't lose the camera again. Okay. Well, I got it cinched down tight. Oops. There she is. Yeah, I got a boop. That means somebody has entered the studio, and I believe it is Kentucky Goblin.
What's going on?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
And Duncan 1900 has joined us. Hello. Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Duncan.
Yes, birthday. Today is his birthday.
Hey, there's South Florida sunshine. Hello, Carol. Thank you. Thank you. What's going on? Your end of the road.
It would look like we might be getting some storms here in about another 30 minutes.
Yeah, I heard some thunder about 15 minutes before I had to go live, and I thought, well,
About another 30 minutes, we'll be getting some thunderboomers. A big squall line comes through.
yeah, my hair's sticking up. That's why I usually shave it all off. It's unruly.
How dare
That's
you be?
Paquati. Huh?
How dare you to be uncamped?
Yes, I know.
You know.
I took a nap a little while ago.
Well, we
my
can.
dinner, my dinner knocked me out for some reason. It just that was it.
Yeah.
I must have slept good. I had a full on dream. It seemed like I was really there. Which
Maybe you were.
it makes you wonder. And it seems like it's always the same house, but I'm exploring another part of it. If that makes any sense.
Eventually, you'll be able to explore every room. Then.
I can about draw it out for you. I mean, it's weird, dude. I've been having this dreams about this house for years.
Hello there, Homestead Aquarius.
Tell you what, this heater's cooking, man.
Do what?
I got this heater on the lowest setting. It's still cooking me. Of course, it's right at my back too.
Let's see.
The buttons are not working like they should anymore. I think it's done.
Crystal, the Yarny Chicken, and Crazy Cat Lady. or Crazy Cat Lad. Is that how you pronounce that?
Cat lady. Here's a why.
I don't say why.
It's hard for me to.
All I say is LAD. Well, that now, since you clicked on it.
Yeah, it's hard to see that blue against the. Against the. I don't know what you have your StreamYard set up for. Is it for the dark version or the white one?
Dark. Well,
Yeah.
It's light now, but it's dark on mine. On mine when I do.
Here's Garden Warrior. Good evening.
I think I'll.
Thank you.
One more tree now. Let's see. But I ain't worked that night.
Oh, hi there. How you doing?
Crystal the Yarny Chicken, huh? Is that what we?
I just call her Crystal.
Well, I don't care what I can't help it if you can see the wire there past McQuarrie, but I can't. And I've looked very hard in my chat, and I don't see the wire. Now, when you click on it, you see it. That's weird how that works, isn't it?
I think some people have selective hearing. You have selective vision.
No. I know when I can't see a Wyberry.
I can't help you.
The only time I see it was when you clicked on it just a moment ago, and because it said lad before that. Okay, maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. But since we got that lined out, then we're good. Hey there, Carol. Oh, well, whatever. Garden Warrior. That's your opinion. That's your take on men. I don't know what to tell you.
How is it you can hear?
EMS is under 166 Taylorwood Road.
I cannot hear EMS at all.
80-year-old male. Someone is now up, but advised he can't stand or walk. By police, he had a stroke. Again, at 166 Taylorwood Road for an 80-year-old male. Possibly had another stroke. Central clear, 2148.
I don't need to have it up that dadgum loud. I don't know why I had that loud start with.
I don't know, but I can't hear them at all.
Maybe you ain't got something, you ain't holding your mouth right or something. See, I got mine hooked. I got my scanner hooked up to an old mobile CB antenna that I just put an end on it, and I had an adapter. And I screwed it in there, and that's what I'm using for an antenna. It's outside.
Good luck and many prayers upon your showering, gardening warrior. Mine's on an outdoor antenna too, so.
You have very good luck showering that kangaroo, and come back after a while when you dry it off and let us know how it turned out. Showering the kangaroo. I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming you're getting ready to give a kangaroo a bath.
Well, that's her nickname for one of her girls, and yeah.
Oh,
Carol has been painting their concrete walkway and driveway today because their HOA wants to fine them. That's the most ignorant thing I ever heard in my life, but
I'd paint it pink.
that's why, and that's why I won't live in those apartment complexes that,
I'd paint that thing pink as sure as I was sitting there. I'd pay it fine. I'd say, well, I'm going to paint it. You said you wanted to paint it, so I'm going to paint it. I'll paint whatever color I want to paint it.
yeah, well, I've had family, well, yeah, I guess you can call them family. I mean, they've been suggesting that I just, move into those apartments, and I'm like, that's as bad as living in an HOA. You can't do anything in those places. I like to be able to put an antenna up when I want to. I like to go outside and not have 1,000 eyes watching me. If one day I decide I don't want to do the dishes, then I won't do the dishes. But you can't do that in those apartment complexes. They'll give you a notice. Oh, we're going to be there in the next 48 hours. Inspect.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's too much control over my life. Yeah, I would save money, sure would, but not the trade-off is give up your rights. Yeah, I couldn't do apartment life. It would just, I would feel claustrophobic too. I've done it. I've done it twice in those types of apartments. The only apartment that I appreciated was when we were first getting my start, with my first wife. We were first getting our start. We paid $275 for a 1-bedroom apartment in town. And it worked. It worked for the time. It worked, but no, I've lived in those government places before. And you have too, haven't you?
Yeah.
And it's just, you have no.
I didn't care for it.
Yeah.
When I got the chance to get out of there, son, I got a chance to come back here. I did. I took it. Didn't look back.
Also, no garden.
Yeah.
So that's a no-go for me.
Government.
That's the last.
No, is like that. Government housing is like that. They're more stricter now than they was when I was there, and I didn't like it then. And if more likely I'll never be back there again.
And I'll tell you,
it may be for some people. It may be okay, fine and dandy, but you can take a country boy and stick him in the city and expect him to be satisfied. It just ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
It just ain't gonna work. And the same way the city. Well, I guess it could be opposite. If a city person comes to the country, they'd be satisfied, I would think. But it's opposite. But that's the way it goes.
Well, I personally feel like that would be the last place I want to be when things go sideways. There's two reasons really. One is either you have to hold up in there and hope that the other people around you don't go crazy and beat your door down and take everything you got.
Yeah.
Or they just round everybody up because they're all in one compressed area, round everybody up and take them to a FEMA camp.
Yeah. It's a.
I'm going to let this cat out. Go ahead.
Just like I said, though, I mean, some people, it's okay, and that's more power to them, Ain't nothing wrong with it. If that's the only place you got to go, that's different, but, That's just how it is. But I don't know.
Wow, right underneath the nail that she clawed me. She just wanted out, but I don't know why she had to be all. "Wah." She can grab my belly too. That kind of hurts.
Boy, I paid the price for it yesterday when I got back home. I tell you, boy, I had to take a long rest. Didn't do too much either, but shoot, fire, I don't know what it was. It just hit me.
Yeah. Yeah, Crystal, I can imagine. I just, which I wasn't originally going to have a topic because I don't usually have a topic for my live streams. It's usually just free for all. But it's I was watching a few channels. These ones that romanticize about the end of the world, like they're gonna survive it, be the only ones left. The Rambo Terminator survival BS. I'm sorry, folks, you're not gonna make it. Well, there's going to be a very small percentage of people who come out on the other side of, let's say, I know it's pretty dark, but a nuclear war. There'll be very few people going to make it out. And I'm like, why am I watching this crap? It was mostly out of just morbid curiosity, I guess.
Hey, you probably like I would. He's bored. I do that. I watch them stupid channels like that when I'm bored. Well, some of them I don't even watch. About 2 minutes of it, and I said, "Oh no, I can't stand this," and I'm out of here. I ain't giving them no watch hours or whatever. Helping them out. Crazy talk.
Well, my Sharon says she needs to see what these baby chicks are screaming about, and Crystal says, neither do I. Just go with the flow and go where the chat takes me. Yeah, and usually pretty good chat.
Homestead Choir said it looked like the topic is you're getting old, Barry.
Yeah, well.
Older.
Somebody told me earlier today 58 was still young, so I'm going to have to go with that.
Yeah, it basically is. It's only you're only as old as you feel. I mean, how you take care of yourself.
Oh, then I'm screwed.
That's just basically the mindset you gotta have. Yeah, it's all just a thing. Doesn't mean nothing. Not in the grand scheme of things. It all doesn't mean absolutely nothing. There's no here's some coyotes. It's either coyotes or I got some Indians in the field. It's one of them too, because it sounds just like what he's watching. We get them Apaches attacking.
Yeah,
it's what it sounds like. It's either the coyotes or I got some Indians in the field, which it could be both. I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
could be a ghost of a bunch of Indians, running through there.
Never know. It could be their ghost.
Duncan said you're just a youngin'.
Yeah, there's some days I don't feel like that. I have found sometimes you wake up sore and I can't figure out how in the heck could you sleep and then wake up in pain. Makes no sense at all. But I've actually woke up in pain. Could be the way I sleep too, but let's see. Passamaquoddy says she'll be 61 in 3 days, so just think you will always be younger than me.
I could not, looking at Carol's post there, I could not for the life of me sit right there and let somebody aboard of whatever it is tell me what I can have on my property that I bought and paid for and pay taxes on. I'd go tell them to go jump in the lake, and that would be the end of that. They could find me all they wanted. I mean, that's getting communistic in the extreme.
Hey, Belt Loop, thank you. Welcome in.
That's just crazy, man. That wouldn't last with me 5 minutes. What do you say? I think I heard something in the order of you had some camera problem.
Yeah, it was showing it in the list, but it wasn't actually activating the camera. So
Oh,
I just eventually unplugged the camera and plugged it back in, and it started taking it. So I don't know.
yeah. Well, sometimes you got to jiggle it a bit to get it to work.
I heard something at the door, but that's the cat. Okay.
Huh. Let me in. It's going to rain.
See, when they jump on that little pet carrier at the door, I think it bumps the side of the house. So it makes you think somebody's at the door.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Gear, how you doing?
You know, getting back on an HOA, I understand. I understand you don't want people just to junk up the yard and all that stuff. I understand all that, but you know, some of that stuff is just a little bit communistic. I believe it. You know, it could be seen into. They could retract some of that. Yes, we of course not in Casey County, but which they should have. But I know Lincoln County has a zoning. It's like it has something to do with the PBA. You got to keep up your property in a certain manner. You can't have no you can't have no refrigerators out in the front yard, of course. I mean, and cars on concrete blocks or anything like that. You know, out in the front yard, I can understand all that. Casey County don't have it, but I wish they did, and especially for the out in the country. Because you know as well as I do, there's a few different spots that could use a good cleanup.
Yeah.
It could use a good cleanup.
Yeah.
It is an eyesore, and you know, that's just.
Oh, the ones that took it upon themselves to run around in the woods the other day.
Yeah, and basically in that direction, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, you know, I have no problem with that aspect of it. You know, I mean, well, let's just put it this way: if you was any kind of a person that had any kind of decency about you at all, you yourself wouldn't want a bunch of junk in your front yard in the neighborhood. you would think you would have more respect for yourself than that.
Yeah.
I'm saying people you see that have that in their front yard, and I don't care if I'm busting somebody's bubble or not. There ain't much to them. I'm gonna tell them that right now. They're sorry, and I'm every once in a while I have limbs going fall in my yard and stuff like that. But I always kept my yard clean, you know. Well, one thing about it, I can't say that I'm glad that I'm not in the city because I'm not. I'm glad I'm not in the city because you gotta have your yard a certain height and all this, and that's too much also. But you know, that's just how it's just common sense, basically, is what I was getting at. Common sense. And I say it probably does. It really does bring down the property value of a home if it's right next to a place that's junked up. It's got 2 or 3 refrigerators in the yard and an old 65 Ford jacked up on concrete blocks out there next to the driveway. I guess that would bring down the property value. Who'd want to buy a house next to that?
But the thing about when I lived over in Lincoln County, people were getting in trouble. Even out there in Kings Mountain over in Waynesburg, people were getting in trouble for having a car in a driveway that had expired tags. And the person's like, well, it doesn't run right now. We're waiting until we have enough money to fix it. And, you know, as things sometimes don't go the way you want them to, and you end up 3 or 4 months up the road, the car's still sitting there and they're getting on them. And it's like, I understand where they're coming from, but it's like, that's in my yard.
Yeah.
It's not,
well,
it wasn't like up on blocks or anything. It was just sitting there, you know, in one piece.
yeah, they I remember when they was really cracking down on all that stuff. You know what it was? It built up to that point. And, you know, it was just people doing it all willy nilly, just whatever. And, you know, they had to put a stop to it. And it affects everybody then, you know. Even if it's an innocent thing like you're working on your vehicle. As long as it ain't there so many days, then they won't find you. But, you know, whatever. Or I think that's how it was. But anyway, you know.
I think eventually what people ended up doing in Lincoln County, they would park around back. And
Yeah.
If anyone's up there that, you know, that nosy to be up in their backyard, then they have a problem.
Yeah. I would go tell them take a jump off a cliff somewhere, if you know, if they still complaining back.
Because at that point, they've walked on your property around the back, or they've flown a drone over there, or you got a nosy neighbor who's running their mouth to them.
As long as it's unseen is all they cared about.
Yeah.
As long as it was behind a fence, you know, blocked off and nobody could see it, you could have a junkyard on your property as long as it's blocked where nobody could see it from the road. And if you notice, you see a lot of people, or in places, they start putting them fences up. Next 27 going towards Lexington, you see them. There's a couple of them there, and you see them with them big fences in front of them, blocking them all in. You can't see. Yeah, I can't understand why nobody would want a garden or would be complaining about that, you know. But you know, it's every state's different. You know, it's you got a lot of nosy Karens out there that think that's better to do than to look up that window every 5 minutes to see what their neighbor's doing. You know,
Yeah.
if they take some of that constructive time and use it constructively, they would be better off. And probably their blood pressure would be a lot lower. You know.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah. Change the subject. I started me some seeds day for yesterday, and I haven't watered them today. I'll probably do it tomorrow. I was aiming to set them out today and let them get some sunshine.
Yeah.
I didn't, and I had to go to church and stuff. But I'm gonna put these gourd seeds out. I got them in this medicine bottle. I've had them for like 2 years now. I'm gonna put them gourd seeds out.
Yeah. Don't forget and try to pop one as a medicine.
Yeah. I gave my granddaughter some, and she took them home with her. She's gonna put them out, and that's fine. We'll see how this gardening situation plays out here. Whether we have decent weather to have a garden or not. I'm going 2 different ways. I'm having a plowed dirt ground, and also I'm going to have some stuff in potting buckets also. So I'm going both ways with it.
Well,
this weather is not very predictable, and not like it used to be. And you got to be adaptive. I'd hate to spend, of course, like I said, I'm going to have my plowed ground, but I'm not putting all my eggs in the basket either. Oh, they said, talking about eggs, they said that the egg price of eggs is going down. Starting to go down.
Belt Loop, I believe it might have been on Eddie's channel. But don't quote me on that. It might have been. Somehow I gravitated towards Devil Dog and Belt Loop 29, but I can't remember how I ended up there. To tell you for sure, Gary, I don't know. It's been a while.
That night that Carol tore up that hacker, that's what she said.
Could be.
Yeah, we just been hanging around the house here today. Went to church this morning and come back and just laid around the house, and tonight took her home, and it was just been a pretty restful day, more or less. I don't know. I still didn't sleep too well last night. My foot killed me. Had one of the spells that started hurting. Golly.
Yep, bacon salad.
What? Yeah. Where?
That's how she remembered me, was by bacon salad, because
yeah, bacon
my
salad.
channel used to be my first and last name.
Bacon salad. Okay.
It is that my last name tends to get butchered, or just people just can't remember it.
Well, you got a new one in there, Shannon's King James Bible readings. Or is that a new one?
They've been subbed to my channel for a while now. I'm subbed to them too.
That's the first time I remember seeing them. Since I got
I
here.
tend to. There are times when I'll visit someone's live stream, but I won't say anything in chat.
Yeah.
Most
do
time,
too.
it's when I've got my hands busy doing stuff around the house or whatever.
Unless I know, if I don't know them, I'll jump in there for a couple minutes.
Carol says she read my name as Bacon Salad.
Yeah. That's what he is, Carol. Bacon salad.
That's all right. Everyone likes bacon.
I like bacon.
At least I'm not Kevin Bacon.
Well, you could be if you wanted to.
Oh, thank you.
You could be if you wanted to, but if you apply yourself right, you could be. You know.
Wonder how much money he's worth right now. I might accept that.
Well, how much bacon? How much is bacon? That's probably how much it is worth. So ain't nothing like a good old slice of bacon that's been off of a hog. It's been rendered, and something you raised and whatnot. Ain't nothing no better than that. This little stuff that you get at the store, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good. Don't get me wrong, but it's a big difference. You're eating that blood pressure rising salted bacon.
Oh, yeah.
Old fashioned salted bacon. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You talk about skyrocketing your blood pressure.
People just go crazy, and it's fine. Whatever they like. People go crazy over these different flavors. I just want some good old fashioned bacon. I don't want all that other,
Yeah.
Applewood. That's fine. Okay, that's great. That's awesome. Bacon. Oscar Mayer, love Oscar Mayer. Can't afford it, but put maple sugar in it, and and it's like, oh no, oh, pepper bacon. Oh my God. Let's just stick our let's just lick our finger and stick it in the pepper jar and put it in our mouth. Because that's what peppered bacon is like to me. Oh my God, it's bad.
Why buy that when you can just take your bacon and put some pepper on it?
Yeah. No.
That's old salted bacon, boy. If it was fried right and everything, it was pretty good. But once you got past that salted taste, you couldn't eat maybe one or two pieces until your blood pressure skyrocketed.
Then you got a pounding headache.
You got your daily intake of sodium for the week.
For the next 3 months.
Yeah, off of one piece.
Yeah.
But back in the day, that's how they didn't pay attention to that, and they lived to be quite old.
I get that, Gear, and technically I'm not supposed to have regular bacon. I'm supposed to have turkey bacon, but I draw the line, and I told my doctor that. I was like, no, I'll go without beef. I'll be careful about my eggs, just eat the white. But when it comes to the bacon, and he just smiled, he said, say no more. Because it's universal. Most people love bacon.
Yeah, bacon's okay if you watch how you fry it. If you just bake it, it's great. It's okay too. That's better baked. It's better for you. Baked.
Buttered sausage. I don't even know. Angela Krause, happy birthday, Barry. Well, thank you very much, Angel. And it's always good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We're starting to rain here, Barry. Starting to rain.
Yeah.
My radio went off twice with an alert.
Oh, well. All right then.
You didn't? You didn't get?
No.
Oh, what's wrong with you?
Dude, I don't know. I can't even hear dispatch over here.
Ah,
I
wait.
raised my antenna up. You would think raising it up would probably get better reception, but no. I don't know.
My
what's
web
going
radio
on.
went off twice. Probably about 15 minutes before I got on here.
Oh, excuse me.
Let me go check see what the radar looks like.
No, I could do that right here. I'll just bring it up. Close that. Let's see, close out the extra window. I don't need that up. It's the nice thing about having great moderators is you don't have to leave YouTube open. So let's see if we can bring this up. Share screen. And there we are. Let's solo that. And
In about another 30 minutes, it'll be past us.
well, it's raining harder now.
Heard you say something about moderators. I only
I
use
said
moderators.
that I didn't have to have that YouTube window open because I trust my moderators.
I only use moderators in moderation. Moderate.
Let me zoom out on that. Wow. Tennessee's got all kinds of warning boxes up. All the way south of Austin, Texas. Crystal, thank you for stopping in. It's always a pleasure to see you. And have a great night. Sweet dreams. Will do. Take care of yourself. I can't remember exactly which part of Texas you're in, but be careful if you're near the storms. Looks like there's some to the east of, east and south of Austin. All right. Good night, Crystal. I love you. Big bunches. Gears in Memphis, north of Houston. Okay. Good. It doesn't look like you've got anything to worry about.
Holy.
Ooh. You breaking things over there?
Yeah, does it annoy you?
No, I asked if you were breaking things.
Well, that's too bad. I'm going to have to keep on doing it.
I don't care if you break your own stuff. It's nothing to me. All right, Passamaquoddy, we'll be here.
I wasn't breaking anything. I was wadding up a piece of plastic.
Ah.
Oh.
Oh.
Which way to go here? Yeah.
Oh, I see why. Okay, let's click up. Yeah, there we go. Weird. Yeah. Carol's got them a new pup over there.
Mm.
She didn't get the whole thing, just part of it, because it's really tiny. she, she only got part of a dog. I'm just kidding. They're running. They don't bark. Wow. Not even a little bit.
They can't be dogs if they don't bark. At least a little bit. Maybe they're cats, but pretending they're dogs. They're wearing a dog costume, but they're actually cats. You know.
Look at these. Well, that thing is just refuses to turn it loose. There we go.
Maybe their barking box is not as malfunctioning. Their barking box.
Yeah, my floor needs swept.
Yeah, I was telling them today. I said we was watching some cat videos on YouTube. I said, I miss watching cats play like that.
They kind of do a parkour over here,
Hmm.
jumping off of chairs and their cat tree. Sometimes they jump off each other. You got two boys over here fighting each other. We're not really fighting; they're playing. But you've seen those boxes in the wintertime that do that
Mm-hmm.
thing, like pounce
Yeah.
on something in the ground.
Yeah,
Dusty just did that to one of the other cats. He just boom.
I've seen these here do that, like a little pouncing.
Hey, she's asleep. Leave her alone. Wow. Do you feel manly now? You gonna wake up the other two?
Yeah.
Eh. Well, he sassed me.
Yeah, I probably have all kinds of cats here. Not one of them definitely is in the way, and the other one has got that way. So we'll see how many we have when it's all said and done.
It's a ladybug. Yeah. Is it bothering you? Okay, well, let me see if I can do something about it. There's only 100 of them in the freaking window right now.
It wouldn't bother these cats. The cats really try to eat them. Yeah.
I'd rather ladybugs than those damn stink bugs.
Mm-hmm.
The other place was bad for it. Shawnee Grows. Woohoo, party! How you doing, Shawnee?
I don't know. I don't know if there's a party here or not, there, Shawnee. I mean, did I miss something?
I almost grabbed
Party.
I almost grabbed a cake mix and frosting yesterday, but I thought, nah, I gotta make this this week stretch. So actual meals seemed a little bit more important than and I can't eating a whole freaking cake. I did that once, if you recall last year.
mm,
I was so tired of that cake. Halfway through that damn cake, I was just like, why did I do this? I should have just brought it to you all. 'Cause, well, that's a lot of cake.
yeah, I'll eat cake, but maybe a couple pieces. That's my limit. Depends on what it is, though. Now, it's certain chocolate. I'm not so much. I'll eat chocolate once in a while, but
I'm like you. I'm getting burned out on chocolate cake, and
you know it.
ooh, that was bright. Wait a minute.
I got it before you did.
I heard it on your side first.
That's funny how it works, ain't it? And
Yeah.
we're right in the same area. How does that work?
Wow, my window made a vibrating buzzing
Yeah, that's like
sound.
a pretty good squall line coming through there. Coming through.
Yeah, mug size. Yeah, Carol said mug size portions of cake are good. Maybe not good for us. Yeah, but it's only once a year. Can you imagine if we had a birthday every 3 months?
Oh, there's certain cake I'll eat more of than most.
I like yellow cake, and a lot of people don't. But,
Yeah, that's pretty good.
white cake, I kind of leave white cake alone because it's kind of a wedding type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like different types. Ice cream cake is pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, yeah. Does Dairy Queen still sell those?
I think they do.
Yeah, they have pretty good cakes. And
I know Walmart does. They sell them.
yeah, at Walmart you could tell them what you want at the bakery and they'll fix it for you. But the last one we got was for one of my younger girls, and it wasn't that great.
Yeah.
That must have been off of their game that day because it just wasn't bad, but it was kind of dry.
Yeah. Well,
Death by chocolate. Miss Sharon says death by chocolate cake.
you want a good dose of diabetes. Eat you a big old chocolate cake. Yeah. I guess it's whatever person likes, I guess.
Gluten-free brownies with cherries and chocolate chunks. Wow. Ooh, here we go with another one. Let me see. I'll probably destroy my other camera doing this. There's nothing to see. Oh, there it is. There we go. So
You want some diabetes?
look at the rain.
Woo!
We'll have a little bit of a warning this time.
Thank you there, Homestead. Thank you. I've worked quite a long time at that. Practice. And get that tone and depth down pat. It takes a lot of work and practice.
There was a tornado in Mississippi. What, today? Huh. Oh, okay.
TP. Yeah, I've had some thin TP also there. I guess it depends on where you buy it at. Some of that cheap TP it's pretty thin.
Yeah. Well, you can pass light through it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hello.
The rain's getting harder. Right? Yeah, lightning show.
Yeah, that is right there, Homestead. It does make it hard to use both sides. I don't use both sides no way, so it ain't really an issue for me. I figured, hey, as long as there ain't no apocalypse where I can buy more toilet paper, I'm not gonna worry about it.
Yeah.
What did you do to it, Shawnee? What did you do to your toilet seat that you had to replace it?
Well, sometimes they break.
What did you do? There's a story behind this, and I'm interested to know. Well,
I was thinking that, but I was like, how can I put that?
Well, no, Carol, if you get you about 7 or 8 rows of it, before you take it off, then you ain't gonna worry about that. You gotta build the thickness of it up. So you gotta build it up.
That isn't gonna work.
Are you gonna show a toilet paper video?
Nah, just trying to get a layout that works here.
Yeah, I did. I said it. Carol must have that real thin toilet paper down in Florida.
I love it when you go to a gas station off the interstate. They've got the cheapest toilet paper there ever was.
Well, you're lucky then. A lot of times I went in there and they didn't have any. Yeah. You do your business and you look around. Oh my God, there's no toilet paper.
And I'll tell you what, if you use some of that really cheap toilet paper for way too long, your bum starts paying for it.
Oh, it's just like rubbing sandpaper.
Raw. Yeah, I'm sorry to get graphic, but it's the truth. Y'all been there. I'm sure you have. I'm telling you.
Oh, Carol has the quilted.
Well,
isn't that highfalutin?
I use Angel Soft because I'm a cheapskate, but it's still soft.
I don't.
2 or 3 ply. So
that's what I use.
But I absolutely cannot stand the scented toilet paper, and sometimes you go 2 different places and then neither one of them's got unscented toilet paper, and you're like, I really got to have toilet paper.
On the toilet paper issue, it's scented. We don't have any here, but it's probably been a long time since I used any, but I guess my bum deserves it.
Get your water bottle out and start squirting. a portable bidet.
What if you ain't got a water bottle?
The hose, the garden hose.
Yeah,
Is,
you come out of there, and everybody looking at it, and they'll say, "I thought you was wearing a shirt when you went in there." You come out of there with no shirt on, you know. There's a story behind that. I mean, he crammed the shirt down in the toilet, and it overflows, and you know, it's just like you go, "Oh my God, I'm done a boo boo in the toilet. It's overflowing."
just buy a bag of odd socks at Goodwill.
Yeah, well, that would work too. Yeah. Yeah, that's there. Anything will work. Anything. Well, Shawnee sounds like she's done that before.
Hey, half empty. Thank you. Welcome in.
Now we're waiting for half full to come in there, and we'll have a whole person. You should be scared, Gene. Should be scared.
Save your old socks. Just don't forget which ones had a hole in them.
Like I said, you can use that cheap total paper if you want to. That thin ply. You get you 4 or 5 good rolls of it on your hand, and you can make a nice little, you know.
Thunder Buddy.
Yeah, he does need a Thunder Buddy, I guess. That's a good one, Shawnee, a Thunder Buddy. I never thought about that. I wish I had a Thunder Buddy.
The cats are slowly getting over here on the bed and going to sleep. They can sleep through anything.
Yeah, most of them can. Don't bother them any.
But Thunder.
Golly. Well, you gotta give somebody credit like that. At least they're proud of their talent. If you call it talent,
And Gene, oh, you're the butt thunder on the radio.
Very good, Shawnee. I'm glad you remembered that.
Hey, he's not denying it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things, Eugene, you don't know that we talk about on here, and you're just one of them. Yeah, she's the Googler. She knows everything. Everything. Yeah. Gross. That gross.
You all, I'm telling you what, I was very, very surprised. The other night, what was it, yesterday we went out? The price of name brand chips.
Oh yeah. That's
Man.
yeah, that
almost
You
what?
can't buy chips at the dollar store. You know, Dollar General. You can't do it.
Almost $7 for a bag of Doritos. Come on, really?
They're about that price at Walmart too. The name brand. So.
I was and I was looking for those the very first Doritos that they have up there, the taco flavor. That was one of the first flavors that Doritos came out with. Well, it's Lay's, but you know. Yeah, they didn't have. You're lucky if you can find one of those around there, and their price is creeping up too.
Yeah.
But I looked over at the dollar section. I mean, that's like two handful of chips, and your chips are gone in a minute. The dollar chips, they're gone. Oh well, that was nice. Never
Well,
mind saving some for later.
well, and half of the time with these name brand chips, you only buying a half a bag anyway. You're getting a bag about this tall,
Yeah,
but you're only getting about that much chips in it.
yeah. You pay for the name and the air.
You're buying air. Yeah, pretty
The
much.
name and the air.
Pretty much, Barry.
Because we have special air here at Lay's, Frito Lay factories. We must charge you for that air and the name. Well, I mean, there's that occasional time, Gear, that you just, there's nothing, you can't settle for anything else except, you know,
Well,
it's just,
yeah.
just at the moment, you're just like, I really got to have, the nacho Doritos, or, there's just that moment that comes up and you're like, I'm going to buy them.
You go. Well, I'm glad that I kind of wish they were high for Eugene's part. Double eggs and buttermilk. I like buttermilk, but not together with deviled eggs. Anybody eats that together like that has nothing to say about being sick, because there ain't no way they can get sick.
Well, I've been eating a lot of egg salad sandwiches.
Yeah, the egg salad. I love egg salad.
It doesn't really bother me as bad as some people. Like, I had one of my kids. Oh my God, whoa, you couldn't get around them. But
Yeah, I wonder how he got his bunghole to be bionic. What happened there? There's a story behind that. What happened to your bunghole that they had to make it bionic?
atomic. You have to use a Geiger counter to make sure it's not, you're not spreading any kind of
I love egg salad.
radioactive waste or something.
Yeah, Johnny, I don't know about you. You don't like nothing.
Well, no, I get that. Some people don't like it. You know what I don't understand though, and I've had it before and it's okay, but people make tuna salad sandwiches and they put boiled egg in it.
I've ate that way before.
Yeah, it's good, but I can't do it because it tears me up, and I'll be just like Eugene over there.
Oh, well.
I just can't do it. Oh my God, pickle! And people put relish in their pickle relish in the in both of them, and I'm just like, nah, not me. Yeah, biohazard. That's what I was trying to think of, but for some reason, I guess where I've been watching all these stupid videos about World War III is around the corner, and I don't know, my brain just went right towards
You know what? I do believe he does have one. I don't doubt that. But I tell you what, he needs to go to a gastro ophthalmologist. There ain't nothing wrong with his colon, that's for sure.
Shawnee says, Randall.
I know. I'm getting after her because she didn't like egg salad.
Oh. Well, I mean, just sometimes it's a texture thing.
Oh, that's oh. Well, I understand there, Duncan. You don't want them to touch each other on the sandwich. Understand that. I guess.
Tuna, mayo, sweet gherkins, yellow onion, boiled egg, celery, on wheat.
Sounds good, but I don't know what the after effects would be. I believe that to be possible.
Poor doctor. But hey, he or she knew what they were getting into when they got into that profession.
It's probably a he, she in his case.
It's like that little storm has passed.
Yeah, I know it wasn't going to last long. We're getting.
I'm not seeing any more flashes in the sky.
I bet they did, Gear. I bet they did. I bet they were happy to have you around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyone seen Gear? Oh, there he is. Told me to cough, so I did.
Oh boy. Like I said, some people are proud of their talents.
There's a cat laying over there with their eyes open, but they're asleep. It's just the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
Yep.
Tuna, mayo, garlic, and onion powder, sweet relish, dill relish, celery, salt on romaine lettuce leaves. Yeah, there you go. Back to work. Oh, okay. She's with us in spirit.
Who's back to work?
Gardening warrior.
Oh, okay. Well,
Randall acts like he's never broke wind before.
well, there's a difference in breaking wind and being overactive.
Turn into what, Gear? A pumpkin? Makes me want, I want to grab my scanner here and look at it. See what, maybe it's locked out. I don't know why I would lock that channel out. If I could do this without unplugging it. I don't know what's holding it up. There we go. Turn us. Me switch back to the sports cam. There it goes. See if we can figure out what's going on with the scanner. Huh. Okay. I just realized won't do me any good if I don't know what EMS's frequency is. I think it's 154980.
Night, Duncan.
Is Duncan going to bed?
Yeah.
Good night, Duncan. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Well, I don't get it. It's not locked out. I don't know, Randall. I know it's survived this long. It takes spells where it doesn't want to do anything at all, but it's working now. I don't know. Got an attitude.
Here is a look at conditions across the area. SMPLC surveillance.
Hmm.
At the Cumberland Regional Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 63 degrees, dew point 52 degrees.
Who knows?
Yep.
It's weird. Like I can sometimes hear the air traffic control tower talking back, like both sides of the conversation. The airplane and air traffic control, and then there's other days where I don't hear air traffic control, just the airplane. Which, because of their way their antennas are oriented on those towers, they need a lower angle of takeoff, and they hit the sky just right. So a lot of times you're going to have dead spots where people can't hear air traffic control at all. There's been some people be right there at the tower and not hear it. Kind of like a tight set of CB beams, you know. Let me see here. Yeah, I've not had a bagel in a long time, Carol. Trump needs to hurry up with that if he's gonna offer us a big check. He needs to get on the ball. I'd like to just, used car.
Don't say something and don't do it.
Huh?
Don't say something and don't do it, you know.
That's what he's doing, just like last time. They talked about it for months and months and months, and finally, about time everyone's tired of hearing Trump talk about giving us stimulus. Oh, here it comes. Here's your, they're waiting for a certain amount of money to come in before they start handing out money to us. Carol's having a bagel with the fun stuff on top.
Fun.
Is that the legal stuff, Carol, or can you say?
No, chocolate.
The fun stuff on top.
Chocolate.
Chocolate on a bagel. That might be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
A bagel and dip it in the chocolate.
Mm-hmm. You could.
It'd be like a really tough donut.
I like bagels pretty good. Blueberry or something like that. With cream cheese on it. Lots and lots of cream cheese.
I like the ones with the onions in them. Hey, it's Homestead Aquarius. What's going
Happy
on, Frog?
birthday, Terry.
Huh?
Happy birthday.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, she pretty baby. What's going on, Robert?
Oh, that's a cute one.
Yeah, she's a big sweetheart. Hey,
I don't believe I ate any. I've eaten big bagels with onions in them.
yeah.
Huh.
They're sauteed, I think, aren't they, Robert?
What? Somebody say my name?
The bagels with the onions, they're kind of sauteed onions. They're baked in with the dough on a bagel.
I'm not real sure how they do that. I know they're not. I mean, they're probably, from what I've seen, they're dried out. They're dehydrated onions, and then they get put in there and baked up. And they're not really offensive. They're there for a little bit of look and a little bit of flavor. But
Yeah.
I'm not terribly sure about all that.
Yeah. Lender's, I think it was Lender's Bagels I believe they still have them.
Sounds
I
good.
guess, by now Lender's has probably tried every flavor out there now.
Yeah. That does sound good.
So you've got another trip around the sun headed your way now, right?
Yep. Gotta make
That's a
that.
good thing.
Yeah, if we can celebrate our birthday, that's a good thing.
That's right.
That's how I look at it.
I'm telling you what, I've seen a few birthdays, right?
Yeah.
and every one of them you can make is extra special.
Yeah, they're all special.
Yeah, man, I got a tight belly, y'all. I don't know. I'm sitting over here doing some shallow breathing after my supper. I had too many hot dogs. Oh, it's terrible. And
Yeah.
I had something I thought I would do, but then I just checked the radar, and that storm is like 30 minutes away, something like that, and it looks pretty nasty. Coming right out of Mississippi. So I said I'm going to stay in the house.
Yeah, that might be a better choice.
Yeah, I'll be getting wet outside. I had some, I'm gonna figure this stuff out one day. I'm gonna know what I'm doing. But until then, I'm not there yet. Let's see what. Hang on. Got something I was trying to do. I've got technical difficulties over here. Bear with me. There it is. Just have one
Hey,
think
thank you,
of
Jerry. Welcome him in.
and I'm fixing that stuff up. Oh,
Don't
Hey. You'll be able to do it tomorrow, or whatever it is there.
no, I can't do it tomorrow, Randall,
Why?
because
Well, all right then. Don't.
don't argue with me all the time. Sometimes I need it. I understand.
Well, let me know when I'm not supposed to argue with you, and then I won't.
Oh, I'll do that. Bet your butt I'll do that.
All right, Gene. Have a good night. Don't violate, Robert.
You need
Do what?
I said don't violate.
I'll try not to violate.
Violate.
I'll try not to.
Yeah.
I'll burn myself down.
Well, if you can't wait till tomorrow, we'll just go out there and do it now, whether it's storming or not.
I have to do it now, Randall. How many times I got to tell you the same
Get your umbrella. Get your
thing?
umbrella. Oh, I didn't know. Crap.
We have a problem here. I don't see any cake and I don't see any candles.
Oh,
And it's here. Oh, I'd have burned myself. Oh. We got to have some action.
Oh, looky there.
I'll see
We
some
got-
little
Look at that.
Looky there. He has upgraded to the Swiss rolls.
Happy
Yeah.
birthday, Barry. Got you.
Oh, I tell you what.
He gonna
Man.
mail it to you. He gonna mail it to you. Barry.
Look at it. There's a girl right there.
Little
Yeah.
Debbie.
Yeah. She comes to see you for your birthday. I got you a candle. All right. Birthday cake and a candle on top of it. You're too old for me to have candles enough for all your years, brother. I can't afford that.
Yeah, 58 is a fire hazard, son. I'm telling you.
That's right. Well, little Debbie's going to help you, and the audience will help you. Let's let you make a wish, and then count to 3, and then blow out your candle.
Okay.
All right. So
Yeah.
everybody wish Barry a happy birthday right now down in the chat, if you don't mind. We're going to encourage this boy. Right? He's getting old. Got to pick a good wish out now. So there you go.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Look at that.
There you go.
I thought for sure it was going to be a trick candle.
Oh, look what showing me happy old birthday. What is that, Shawnee?
Oh,
Wow.
it's dark in here now. Y'all hear things. It's not me eating very
Dear
sick
old man.
at all.
Happy
Oh.
birthday, dear old man.
Yeah, Lord have mercy. What's that all about?
Happy
Uh,
birthday.
Thank you. That little Debbie and her little smile and that candlelight.
Yeah.
My
Well, that's
goodness.
That was so sweet. Debbie showing up at your party.
Yeah, well, she gets around too.
I bet you Shawnee's gonna celebrate too. She's probably got a big old chocolate cake right there in front of her eating on it.
Hey, wait, no, you can't be put no look times 58. Let's back up the cart here, back it up. Let's not add. Because if you say times 58, so 58 times 58. We ain't having that kind of multiplication up in here. You know, that's 116.
Hey, she made it to it. She's got a big chocolate cake in front of her. Look what she wrote.
Oh,
Yeah, you see that?
boy, oh boy.
Okay.
You still can't outdo little Debbie's smile.
No, I don't think you can beat.
Candlelight.
I don't think you can beat Robert there. I
You
don't
just
think-
can't beat that little Debbie smile in the candlelight.
No.
What say
Little
you,
Debbie,
Robert?
she is so sweet. Little Debbie is so sweet.
Yeah, she's sweet. She's got ulterior motives like diabetes and like her trying to be all innocent right there.
Look at her. She says, "Oh yes, I'm gonna make you eat that, and you gonna get."
Look,
A big pack.
look
Uh-oh.
how happy they are.
Wait, this is
They're
two
all
different
happy.
boxes.
Yeah, but they're
This is-
young. They don't care whether they get diabetes.
That diabetes is not in their vocabulary right now. That's true.
No.
That's right. Look at that.
Wait. What's the other box? Is that is that Nutty Buddies?
No, that's the other side of this box.
Oh, you just split it open. Okay.
Yeah. Look at how
Yeah.
happy they are.
Yeah.
There's nothing but goodness right there in that roll.
It's-
Nothing but goodness.
They caught them after they had about two or three of those. They're smiling because of the sugar.
Sugar
That face don't lie to nobody.
See, dear,
She wears too much makeup. Oh,
That's homegrown right there.
yeah.
yeah.
It was the only way they could get him to smile was to give him extra.
That one there, he's
Swiss
kind of got like a
Like,
ooh, 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 ooh. That's kind of he might have had too much.
he's the one out of the whole bunch can't handle his sugar.
The rest of them, they look. She looks like she's picking her nose. Is she picking her nose? I don't know what she's doing, but yeah, he looks a little goofy there.
That guy right there looks like he's like, I'm high on sugar. Oh, I can't eat another little Debbie again. I can't eat it another one. Oh,
Oh,
Oh my gosh, my roomie. Hello, Katie.
looks like he's sitting on the toilet.
you know, they look like they're eating salad. They're so happy.
Oh yeah. No, that's fake smiles.
Ain't
Now,
nobody.
that girl right behind them two guys, I don't know. She got some kind of she got some kind of evil intentions.
Think so.
face. He's got some kind of evil smile.
What's she holding there? Is that a cucumber?
Like
That's got to be a Swiss roll. What is that? I don't know. Man, y'all don't be putting thoughts and ideas into these things, but that's suspect right there.
Yeah, it is.
And that face is suspect. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we do. Two guys,
Yeah.
two girls. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, let's get back over here to Little Debbie. Wholesome. Let's get back to some wholesomeness, would you?
Yeah, I just want to say good evening to my roomie there, Katie's been yarnified. Hope you're doing well, dear. Yeah, looks like someone gave him a THC laced Little Debbie. It's
Y'all doing bad.
Little
I'm
Debbie
gonna
edibles.
Little Debbie's got to go. She is too good for this riprap. Terrible thing.
Katie wants to know why do all those kids look constipated?
Too many little babies. That's
Too
why.
many Little Debbies.
Exactly. That one looked like he's sitting on the toilet. He's going, ah.
Oh my God.
Come on, one more.
Just one more.
Ooh.
They look like something.
Yeah. That guy right there looked like he's on the toilet.
Little Debbie looks happy about it, like she knows something they don't.
Little Debbie looked like they're gonna get diabetes when they get 50.
See, you know what? I know what it is. She makes the stuff, but she don't eat it.
No, she don't eat it. No, of course not. If I was going to get me a good survival food, one that would last for a long time, I'd get me as many Twinkies as I get my hands on. Them things last 1,000 years. You could eat them things 1,000 years from now. They'd still be good.
There's a TP roll. Just careful. Well, that looks like James Bond.
Dun, 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 dun. Or it could look like a colonoscopy video. You look a colonoscopy video.
Oh,
Oh, he got that third nice fancy toilet paper. Okay, you got that fancy toilet paper. Oh, you can see through it. No, it ain't fancy. It's that cheap one like I get.
Little Debbie from Humboldt County. Now we know why they're so addictive.
You're going to burn her up again. Well, we don't see no polyps. Well, you think you're pretty good.
Gardening Warrior says you almost violated. I didn't see him violate. He wasn't even close. Hey, I'm like her even more now. Did you blow out your 29 candles already?
29 candles. You ain't seen 29 candles since 29 candles.
I knew I liked you for some reason, Katie.
Well, she's thinking that you're going to send her a box of Little Debbie's is why she's being so nice.
Why might do? I don't know.
Well, that's your business. I mean, that's what she's hoping for. Carol said she'd like to have a box of Little Debbie's right about now. Garden Warrior, what did you see? What did you see, Garden Warrior? We almost saw you,
There
Captain.
ain't no way. There ain't no way nobody saw me.
Oh no, I beg to differ there, Katie. I beg to differ.
Garden Warrior is all insinuating things. Hmm.
I've had a regular bagel with cream cheese and grape jam on it, and I knew the jam was going to kill me. Sure enough, I got horrible reflux from it, and I was just like, yeah, I'll never do that again. Which is a lie. I'll probably end up doing it again. But yeah, it was good. Lightly toasted, had that cream cheese on the top, and then it grape jam on it.
Yeah.
You
Garden
can
Warrior,
do some, huh?
Garden Warrior seen his toilet paper roll. Hmm.
We rock that Scott tissue around here. Single ply. You know. Man. I've done exercise too much. I'm over here fighting them hot dogs in my belly. It's not a good thing.
It's Katie, it is funny because you know what them doctors are laughing when they're doing it. Give me what colon off. You know they're laughing. You know,
I wonder if they laugh about stuff. I wonder if when they get up in there and they're seeing things, it's like, hey, look, that one looks like an alligator. That one looks like that's a plane. That one looks like a plane.
oh, look at that! What's that Matchbox car doing in there?
I'm talking about looking at the clouds and seeing stuff in the clouds. They're looking
There's
at shit.
the birthday wishes straight from the UK right there. Melissa Jones, Paranormal. Third time seeing you tonight, dear. Hope you're doing well. Is Steve still alive, Melissa? We might just bring his live up here on this. Spy on him. How about that? Should we spy on someone else's live right now? What would that be like?
I don't see why not.
I don't see a problem with that. I'm sure he would appreciate the extra views.
Steve, is that the UK prepper channel out there?
No, it's more of a paranormal.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I'll have to bring it up from. Just look in my notifications thing because stuff gets shuffled around, forgotten. Yeah, you know how things disappear in the YouTube world.
Yeah,
Okay, so he's done with his live. Okay.
man, they change stuff all the time.
Do what?
They change stuff all the time.
Yeah, sometimes we don't even catch it until it's like 2 weeks after they do it.
That's right.
I'm bad. Yeah, I'm really bad for not checking those, the notifications we get in our YouTube studio. Or I make the mistake, go back to that later and watch it. And I never do.
And I'm so lost. They done changed so many things since I started out. I would violate it all the time. If I try to get jiggy with it up here like y'all do.
I don't think there's a thing about what was that she said about the Reuse your content, because I've seen people do reaction videos, so I know that reuse of content is.
Before I violate, I almost showed my.
That reuse of content can't be a thing because I've seen people do it.
And I don't understand all that, and I never have.
I don't know.
You got people straight out robbing other people's stuff, not even doing reaction videos.
Uh-huh.
You know, not getting hit and everything. I mean, it's crazy stuff. Crazy.
Look at that.
That's nice.
Oh.
Yep. I'm not going to open it because it shows a vital piece of information that I need to enter in. I have sort of opened it. This is the pin for monetization. So this, if you're looking to be monetized, if you're working towards that goal, you'll get this once you get that first tier. That's actually something a lot of people didn't have to do back, way before I even started my channel, from what I understand.
When I sit there and watch people do reaction videos, I can name one right off the top of my head that he does it all the time. And he's way up there in the subs and all this stuff. And I don't know.
That's the first play button right there. That's the paper play button.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be working on silver soon.
Yeah. Just well, yeah, you get the silver play button for the silver they're putting in your account.
Oh, till they hit 1,000.
It's a few quarters for you, son.
I ain't even up to wax paper yet.
Huh.
Or aluminum foil.
Thanks, Katie. Yeah. Thank you.
1,000 watts. She said they can't get that in the UK until they get 1,000. What, subs or watch hours?
I think it's 1,000 subs, but Melissa, if you want to join us, the link is at the top of the chat.
Well, I don't have to worry about that anytime soon.
Katie, you can come up too if you want to.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think it's a little different over there, I believe. Yeah, okay, yeah, right. Subs, yeah.
What happened to Homestead? Of course, he jump out. One thing.
I had it. I'm sorry.
He go. Oh, okay.
I wasn't paying attention there.
My bad.
Look, I didn't do it. Whatever y'all accusing me of.
He didn't do anything. I just forgot to unsolo. Unsolo, not Han Solo, but unsolo.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
Okay.
I think I'm going to jump down here. I'm going to give y'all one last look at the sweet little Debbie.
All right, appreciate that.
Oh, I look at that. But she's just sweet little innocent face right there.
Yeah, we know.
How could she be evil, give people diabetes? There's just no way. Look at that.
She knows
face.
what she's doing each and every day. You know that she's putting out that diabetic porn all the time.
Hey, Randall, you just calm down. Little Debbie ain't putting out nothing. You just settle yourself down.
Pan over to the right. Show us the rest of it. The good stuff.
Oh, there we go.
Right.
Barry's,
Yes.
Barry's birthday cake, right there. Right there.
Oh my God. My God.
Oh yeah.
Diabetic porn right there.
That's it.
Look at that. $5
Nothing
super
like
sticker.
it. We got like one of Barry's cousins right there. Didn't make it. Yeah, he's looking in.
Oh my God, he does look like he'd be related to me. That's the scary part.
Ah, look at me. I'm with these two girls in between them. Ah,
That's somewhere in Kentucky. I know it is. Right?
look at what we're going, boy. We're going to be eating some of them little Debbie's, and we're going to be drinking some beer, and whatever else happens. It's
All right.
little Debbie.
I'm gonna go, Barry. Happy birthday to you, brother. I'm out of
Thank you
here.
so
I'm gonna
much.
go
I appreciate having you up here.
See you there.
Gonna be sitting there hanging out in the chat. You know, you're a good man.
Yep.
You're a good man.
Barely able to move for the hot dog.
Oh, I trust me. Yeah, it's rough over here. It's rough. I'm got the meat sweats right now. Oh,
Oh yeah.
yeah. Y'all be good.
All
You take
right.
care, Bob.
Be good. Be good at it.
Mhm.
Uh,
Oh, man.
yeah, it is the chemicals they put in there. Yeah, just don't look at the ingredients when you're enjoying a little Debbie.
You're a good egg. That's what that Melissa Jones says. You're a good egg.
Yeah, sometimes, I have my moments where I'm kind of a rotten egg, but
Yeah.
it's
Oh, well.
it is. She's hardcore now, Melissa. It's 3:22 in the morning over there. If I'm wrong, let me know, Melissa, but I believe that's right.
5 hours.
3:22 in the morning.
5 hours ahead.
GT Junior, what's going on, man?
Yeah.
Good to see you.
GT.
Yep. Yeah, that was right. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, GT. Uh-oh. Guarding Warriors getting booted. She's getting a boot. What's that all about?
Did you get the boot? Did you get the boot?
What's that all about?
I don't know.
Did it happen in your house?
You got booted out of your house? Well, that happens, Garden War. Sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield.
I guess we're done with the storms for now. That must have just been a.
Have you got a moose in your house? Have you got a moose in your house?
If I do, it's probably stomped all my cats by now.
Moose in the house.
Oh yeah, I think it's moved out of our area.
Yeah, it was when I checked it was about over top of us and there wasn't nothing behind it, so
Why don't there it is. Okay. So weird. I don't know.
I ain't got no moose in my house, Melissa Jones. I ain't got no moose in my house.
Do you have a mouse in your pocket? Never mind, I don't want to know.
I ain't got no moose in my pocket either. But quit picking on me. Unless you got a legitimate reason, then I'll accept it.
What's GT Junior into tonight?
I bet he ain't got no moose in his house.
Probably one in his yard, though.
Probably.
I've been asleep yet. Yeah. How many lives you been into today, Melissa? It was just the two, Matt's and Steve's. Check super chats. I did. Maybe because it's not completely set up. I'm not sure, but
Driving from
Oh.
work, he says.
now the mouse is acting up.
The moose in her hoose gave me the boot. Kicked me the caboose. Well, I didn't hear that.
Driving from work. GT, you be careful out there. Our Passamaquoddy, she's still listening, and if you're listening, then I can let you know that I actually slept under the big blanket. Slept under the big blanket past couple nights where it's been chilly. Didn't even need the sleeping bag. I laid on top of the sleeping bag because it feels better than the material on that cot. But yeah, it was warm.
Ah, 11:37. Won't be too much longer. I'm gonna jump off.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed in a little bit. Sleep.
Might cut it off. I might cut it off at midnight. Our time. Oh, Shawnee's doing the eyes. Is she spying on us?
Shawnee, quit being a lurker.
Carol?
Like me. I'm the only one who can be a lurker.
All right, sis. Have a good night over there. Be careful going out tomorrow. It's not your driving I'm worried about. It's the other people around you.
Won't you come up, Shawnee, on the panel? Or are you afraid to?
I've knitted a double blanket with multicolored squares and stitched fleece backing on it. Actually, okay, Melissa, let me solo myself. No, I'm on a disturbed cat. I'm sorry. I know, I'm a boy. Yeah. We know about it later. So yeah, that's my throw that I got from Passamaquoddy, Melissa. I can even show it on there. It won't even. But I tell you, it's warm. David Corey with Crop. Good evening and thank you. Good to see you. You doing all right, David? I'm gonna put that back on the bed. You can cuddle up to it if you want to, kitty. Yeah, some messages. There's another one, Melissa, but it's pretty big. I think I could get. I might be able to get it out of the closet without unfolding it all. Oh, okay, Carol. Okay, I got you. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. The reason I didn't see it now, I understand why I didn't see it because it was on the YouTube side. So I already closed out the YouTube.
Hmm. Interesting.
Isn't it though?
Hmm. Oh boy. I'll get into something tomorrow. I don't know what it'll be, but I got a few things to do if the Lord willing and the weather permits. Some stuff outside.
Maybe you could get some tips from Passamaquoddy, Melissa, because she is crazy fast on putting stuff out. I mean, I don't know when she started on both these blankets, but she seemed like it wasn't very long when she told me she was making them, and then she sent me a picture, and I was blown away. I was like, "Wow, she is fast." So she's been doing this a long time. She's a pro. Pro. Sound like
Hmm?
sound like coyotes over here now.
Mm-hmm. Probably are. Yeah, they sound like I swear it sounded like a bunch of Apaches over in the field. What they were carrying on, you know, how they.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know
Oh.
whether to surround the wagons or what.
Oh, we got Shawnee Groves joining us
Oh, we'll see you later.
Randall. Hello,
from the
all.
great state of Minnesota. How you
Okay.
doing?
Hi. Making sure this all is set up right here.
Yeah.
Did you-
Oh, that's something right there. Now I've seen your art, Melissa. And you're really talented. You're really good at it. I don't think I ever told you that, but I've seen her art. She's really good. Yeah.
I see you got down eating your chocolate cake, didn't you?
It's in the fridge.
Oh, what half of it?
Well, because Homestead Aquarius already did the whole cake sing thing, so I
Oh,
wasn't going to
well.
pull it out and be like,
Oh well.
Extra cake. Who cares?
more cake. I do need to go get a beverage, actually. And now my stuff's plugged in. I'll be right back.
All righty.
Dad Jim cats. I
Yeah.
wish you heard them get done fornicating and be done with it. My Lord, rent a room or do something.
Yeah, well, let's see. You can send it WhatsApp. Yeah, I would because I've got WhatsApp on my laptop here and my phone. But
It's a cat fight.
I hear them.
I got a big yellow cat, Tom, that's hangs around here now. Since he's and the gray cats out there, they're probably fighting. Let me go see if I can break this up.
Yeah, yeah. I had a cat fight on my porch earlier,
Hey, cut it out.
and all they did was just sit there and basically it was like they were shouting at each other for 20 minutes. Nobody raised a paw. you know, nobody tore into each other. They just sat there, made faces, and made sounds for 20 minutes. Just for, you know, cocking their head to the side, trying to look intimidating. You know, it's cats.
Come on,
Cats are fun.
come on, get in here.
And they get crazy, territorial.
Nobody gets up. You come in.
Yeah, half empty. I just, you know, pretty much just chilled here and most of the day. And just I knew I was going to do live on my birthday, and so that's why I just pretty much chilled the most of the day and just waited till tonight to do a live stream and mess around. Yeah. Okay, Melissa, hold on. Just give me a second. That is Tiger, Katie. This big fur ball. Wait. You got that long fur, which is wait till he decides to start actually shedding, and then it's going to be a mess. Hi.
He's gonna collect all the hair and make a pillow.
Yeah, might as well. I'll package it up and send it to Katie's Yarnified. She could spit it into wool, into thread or yarn. Yeah, yarn. Let's see here. Oh, come on, bud. You're gonna have to decide where you're gonna be. Let me, because I don't like to share people's whole messages. So let me see if I can. That one did not load. Huh.
Stop the fornicating.
Yeah, for now.
Such a squeaky
That's
chair, Randall.
Because she come in here, I made her come in.
Such a fun sucker, Randall.
I don't want to hear it.
Put some earmuffs on.
Can't.
You have an Indiana Jones t-shirt on?
What? Who?
You have an Indiana Jones t-shirt on?
Is that what it says?
I think that's what it says.
Oh, well, then I must have.
Oh, there it is.
Cool.
Yeah, Indiana Jones. It's Illinois Jones, actually. It's Illinois
Yeah.
Jones. Yeah,
That's
so,
the politically correct.
yeah, Illinois Jones. See, Illinois Jones. Not to be confused with Indiana.
Oh.
And
What's the picture we're gonna see about?
this is some of Melissa's work. Melissa, I'm can't work with the cat in my face. Okay, I got one to download. The other two don't want to. Like the one won't load, so I will show you the first one once it opens. I don't know why my laptop's acting like it's 90 years old, but
Anytime, Barry.
yeah, okay. All right, let's see.
I'm just listening to the wind over here.
My God, Tiger, come on, dude, calm
Are you
down.
drinking water?
It's water. Yeah.
Okay. Sure it is.
Randall,
that beautiful?
settle
Order. Okay.
down. Okay, here we go.
That is nice.
Show and tell.
That's very nice.
Do my hair like that. I want my hair to look like that.
That's very nice right there. I'm highly impressed.
The earrings look really heavy though.
She should be making money off of that.
She could. Certainly could.
Yeah, I don't see no problem with it. She worked for a comic book company or whatever.
Yeah, just start selling prints of them on Etsy. You could.
That is nice.
Who is this that did this?
Melissa Jones Paranormal.
Melissa Jones Paranormal. Okay. Go to channel. I think I've met her before.
Yeah, one won't. I don't know why that.
No,
one
that
won't
wasn't
work.
Miss Melissa Jones. That was
Melissa
who was
Jones Paranormal.
Okay, okay. I'll make sure I got it right. Yes, that's very
Yeah.
nice.
I think she had a hat on when I met her, maybe.
That's very nice stuff.
Wow.
Mhm. Now, if that was on Little Debbie boxes, if that picture was on Little Debbie boxes, they would sell so many boxes of Little Debbie's. Man, it would be funny. That's the new and improved.
Let's put it on something more better for people to eat. So
No,
people buy
what's
something
wrong
that's
with
better
you?
than that.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I'm gonna be that person. I can hear you. Can everyone hear me still? It's all gray up in here. Hello?
What'd she say?
We're stuck in between screens
Yeah.
because of the
Oh,
lovely
man.
StreamYard.
Are we? Well, I'm sorry.
Okay, now it's Barry.
Yeah, StreamYard's
Here we
being
go.
He booted you out.
Welcome back.
StreamYard's being a dick. Sorry, but it is.
Yeah, I want to know
Just-
the
just
medium
like earlier.
information too. Katie's been yarnified. I would like the details too.
For what?
She goes, Melissa, I'm an idiot, so I'm sorry for having to ask, but what's that with pencils or is that done with an app? And I said, yeah, I want to know the medium, the materials. What was the process here? Thank you. It's all colored pencils. There we go. There's the answer.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should sell prints.
Yeah.
In a store. I don't know, Etsy or something. Or maybe on your channel.
It's
I guess
all
that doesn't-
colored pencil. Melissa, I can't show the other two. They won't show up for me, so I'm sure they will when I'm not doing a live stream.
It's very sexy. I like it very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is wholesome homestead, just
Right.
like Little Debbie's. Very wholesome. Now, if that was on a box, they would sell.
Okay, so Prisma Premier pencils and Faber Castell Polychromes faux hair. Okay.
And Katie's wanting to know. Oh, it took about 8 hours.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Wow.
she uses a different medium for the hair.
Yeah, take a really good. I don't know if you have a good camera. Take a picture of it and sell it.
Takes about 8 hours. I believe it. You get it right. You get the shading and everything right.
Randall, show me what you've drawn lately.
Can't do it. I got it all put up.
Let's put up. Okay, sorry.
Oh, look, they showed up.
I got stuff put up in boxes that I've been moving around in here. And it's all up in my building.
Everything looks nice and straight right now in the background. You've been
That's
doing some
That's
tidying.
me. It's my ADHD kicked in. Everything is in the exact alignment to
Don't
the
you mean OCD?
whatever they call it. It's whatever. No, I don't have that. I don't have OCD. I can draw stick figures. I can too, and draw them pretty well. I'm pretty good at stick figures and food.
Yeah, Miss Sharon.
Shoot.
She could put that image on like you said, journals and sell it in an Amazon store.
I'm on a seafood diet.
What are you seeing? You got something?
When I see food, I eat it.
Yeah, I thought maybe you had some in front of you.
No.
I would not survive on the coastlines because I am not eating ocean food. I'm a
Yeah.
middle of the country person.
Well, you do you know you have to be careful with it these days. I mean, we really haven't been taking care of our waters.
It's a good point. There'll
You
be
know?
a certain point where it can't rebuild itself anymore.
Yeah.
It's taken a lot of our crap. 15 skin tones, layering light, first repeating, burnishing it off with last layer. Hair was about 9 different colors with etching tool first to scale hair strands, then same process with they as well.
You know, at first glance, you would think that was a photo.
Yeah, exactly.
For good work.
Did it freeze up on me?
You're frozen?
No, it's there. No, it's just being, I don't know what it's doing. It's, you know, I'm going to show something nice and it's like, nope, not today.
Denied.
She can't draw a man for some reason. I wonder why that is. Is there,
Okay, but I can't draw men. Got it.
Because we're
Well,
not very photogenic, I guess.
I guess so.
And here's one more. Hopefully it will show up.
so you got new internet, but you're still having lagging, so it's your
Holy
laptop,
step.
right, Barry?
Yes, it needs more memory. Seriously needs more memory.
Okay.
Yeah. Thankfully, it can be upgraded.
Okay.
And there you go. Amazing. I'm telling you, you are gifted, girl.
So are these real people or just from your head? Does that make sense of a question?
Katie might kill for that talent. Hey, now, well, this is my buddy. You can be killing
What
her.
you say?
I reckon.
Hmm.
Yep, I reckon.
Popcorn 913, welcome. Thank
Dude,
you.
Nightbot is here.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
Just
Huh.
deleted popcorn.
What?
Did you see it? Stop
He did not.
spamming emotes. Warning.
Nightbot.
Oh, it's just a warning. He's still in there. 913, say something.
Okay, he just said I'm not spamming Nightbot.
Yeah. Oh my God. This is the reason I kicked you out before, Nightbot.
Because he used 3 or more emojis, I imagine.
Wow.
I don't know how to
Hey.
program Nightbot, but I think there's a way around that. Like uncheck the box. I don't know how it works.
If he gave me 50 middle fingers, I still wouldn't be upset. So, oh my God, that's what it did before, but he was actually kicking people out for no reason.
What made you turn that on?
Just thought I'd give him another chance. But
Okay.
looks like he blew that too.
You got to program them differently, I guess.
I did. Yeah, I thought I changed that, but I guess not.
Rogue. Popcorn. Do you have it programmed to do stuff for us? Like if we type things. Okay, there you're trying the weather. We're testing the features, right?
Mm-hmm. Why? I don't know why it started to work halfway through the live.
This is the first I've seen it, yeah. Because I put in a bunch of emojis earlier and it didn't do anything to me.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It doesn't know anything. I'm just gonna close Nightbot off or shut him off for tonight until I can figure out what the problem is.
It only was bullying Popcorn. What?
Don't be bullying my viewers. That's rude. They're friends, they're family.
Oh, because we're mods, Melissa says we can type whatever we want, but Popcorn's just not. So
Popcorn's not a Popcorn's not a mod?
Nope.
Dude, how'd that happen?
Nightbot is racist to Popcorn. Is this really Popcorn? Or are you a fake? I'm just kidding.
I say just not worry about it. Just go with the flow, Popcorn.
You're live right now, Popcorn?
Yeah, he's usually live 24/7.
Oh, that's right. You're the radio. Okay.
Just
It's really me. I don't think I have a 5 and an 8 candle laying around. I have a lot of candles laying around, but not a 5 and an 8.
A 5 and an 8?
Yeah.
What is that? I didn't know there were. Are candles measured by
The
numbers?
number candles? You've never seen that before?
Oh,
We don't
the
have-
birthday one?
It's like a 5, but then it has the wick in it. So then instead of having
Yeah.
58 candles, it's just the numbers.
we don't have such thing here in Kentucky.
In
What's
Kentucky,
wrong with-
there's no
what's,
such
what's
thing.
wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Or you think everybody's got what you got up in that northern Yankee state?
Did you just use the
Wow.
Y word? You just what?
Yankee,
Whoa.
we don't have that number.
Oh.
We either use 58 candles or 58 big candles.
Type exclamation point link.
I just assumed you use sticks in Kentucky.
No, we use candles.
Type what?
Type exclamation point link.
Explanation for
If
that.
I can spell right. Jeez, that was terrible.
I better watch out,
There.
Melissa.
Visit this great channel. There's no link. Okay, it's not
You
set
know
up.
what? You know what, Nightbot? You
Oh,
kiss
there
my
you-
white American.
He's blue now. Oh, sorry. You're bitching out, Nightbot. Go ahead.
Nightbot has been banned. Not literally, but you know what I mean.
He'll fix you. He'll fix you.
Yeah, you're welcome there, Popcorn. I don't know why I thought you were already modded.
Freedom.
Yeah. Oh well. Nightbot, we tried. We really tried to see eye to eye, but you bastard.
I'm free.
He's done. That's weird. I swear I gave him a mod a long time ago. See that they're not now. He's gone, so she could get away with the fun stuff. you know, if it was like somebody trying to spam the channel with nonsense, I might be a little bit pissed. But these are friends. I've known you all for a while now.
It's a party.
Yeah, just here to let off a little steam. We can't be serious all our lives. Hi, Tiger.
Interesting. I kind of like Nightbot, but that's your channel.
Well, he's no good if he's not working the way he's supposed to.
Yeah, but he's special. He's a special person.
Special ed.
Nightbot. Poop, 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 poop.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah. That's what you say when he acts up. I might get some water.
What's going on your radio, Randall?
Stuff.
Someone fall in the lake?
Probably did.
Probably did.
Mm-hmm.
What's that, Lassie? Timmy fell in the well?
Oh, we're going to get some concrete and fill it back in then. Little Timmy's in the well? He can't get out? Quit chasing that raccoon. Come back here and tell me what you were going to tell me, Lassie. What about little Timmy? He's smoking dope down in the well? You doing what? We're going to cover it. We're going to seal it up so nobody can ever find little Timmy.
It's supposed to be 75 or something by Friday here. So we're doing up, down, up, down. We're supposed to just have rain now for a little bit. All that snow we just got is pretty much melted.
It's going to be that way.
Yep.
You all playing with your emojis, aren't
Yeah.
we?
Yeah.
We're having all
It's
kinds of
different
fun.
on the computer. I've never done this on the computer. We looked at the emojis. I've always on the phone. It's a whole different list, I think. I don't know. Maybe I have this on my phone too, and I just don't sit and scroll through it.
Well,
How do I close this? How do I get out of the emoji land? There we go. I got it. I figured it out. Okay, Melissa Jones, Paranormal. I've been modding everywhere across YouTube for 5 years now. That Nightbot is all my arse, just saying. Hee hee.
no. Leave that
Popcorn.
ball alone.
We're going to be 70 to 80, back to 60s next week. Yeah.
Nightbot's done its job.
If I would have known it was here this whole time, I would have talked to it. Yeah, it's definitely not like useful, I don't think. A lot of people use it and I don't like it. Hello, you beautiful people. Let's trade paint. Welcome to the birthday party. Barry is getting a beverage. How are you doing? Good to see you. Maybe.
You might. Never mind. No, we'll be quiet.
I'm Sean, Oklahoma. Is this racing? Oh, here we go. Miss Sharon's got a lime, a coconut, and a nice. I don't know the name for the glass, but there's a name for that. Let's trade paint. Doing great. Katie's been yarnified. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Happy birthday, Barry. Gotta go play with the kitties so they don't use my head for their parkour activities tonight. Laugh out loud.
All right, Katie.
Katie, thanks for coming in, hon. You have a great night over there. Our roomie. Let's trade paint. Welcome in. Arr. Oh, I went in there, and the cats were trying to find a way to get into the cat food. Yeah. As if they haven't had enough already.
You don't have it in a tote?
No, totes are expensive.
I get that. Yep.
Yeah, they are. They're ridiculous.
I
I
know.
got mine in tote.
Well,
Some of them are $5. Some of them are not. Yeah.
yeah, but I buy 30-pound bags of cat food, and you need pretty good size. The bigger tote you go, the more you pay.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, really. It's just a
It's,
hunk of plastic.
You pay for it one time, and then the tote's there for hopefully a long time.
Oh, it probably outlasts most garbage in a landfill.
Depends. I saw your description, Barry. Was that talked about tonight? I have to catch the replay for the first part.
Kind of. Then it got then the conversation got diverted, and we made it fun. Yeah.
Right, yeah. I was like, I don't if it yep.
Oh, Melissa says, well, I better get some
All right.
sleep. Yeah,
Night,
412. Yeah.
Yeah, see you, Melissa.
Have a great night, Melissa. Thank you for coming in.
Salutations.
Much love from America. Oh. Might be time for more Tylenol too. Should have grabbed that on my way through. Not sure what's got me so sore, but
The storm that just came in.
yeah, more likely.
I don't know, it's just my guess. I don't know what you've been doing. Long walks in the woods.
I took I had to make a long walk the other day. What are you doing up here on that four-wheeler on someone else's property?
A four-wheeler was on the property?
Hey, Burry, how you doing? Like we were all buddies. I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, well, we just reminiscing. I was just showing my boy, where we used to play up here in the woods and stuff. Because the whole, son of the landlord found in the house, unalived.
So that led to people reminiscing and coming around.
This
Okay.
guy's he's a freaking idiot.
Did you say get on out and get now? You hear?
Pretty much, yeah.
Speak their language.
Well, no, but I mean, sometimes you have to just to get it through their thick head.
I'm gonna start counting down now, and I want your little four-wheeler to be that way.
Dude, I don't know where they got the money. That thing looks like it's fairly new.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yep, wasn't no little one either. Pretty good sized four wheeler. Showed them how to get out.
Uh-huh. I wonder if you'll see any more weirdos pop up.
Well, I'll get rid of them too. They got no business being up there. I realize that some of them might have the fond memories of said unalived person, but it's still yet you're trespassing.
It's a capital
As you said.
T. Yeah.
Yeah. And I have quite literally been left in charge of this property here to keep people off of it. And they're just doing my job. I
Chase
need
them
to
with
know
your
who-
drone.
Yeah. I wish it was legal to tie incendiary devices to it, but it's not.
How about okay. I guess I don't know how this would work, but like if you could pepper spray someone with the drone, right? That's illegal.
Yeah, it's illegal.
Okay.
I know all the fun stuff.
What about silly string?
It would
Can
be
we-
funny.
Can we silly string people with the drone?
Oh my god, that would be so much fun.
We might be able to get away with that because it's not.
Yeah. It's not a projectile technically, and it's not harmful.
So your drone would have to be strong enough to fly with the.
Yeah, then you would need a device to trigger this.
And how are we gonna get it to push the thing in?
Yeah. What the hell? Something just hit my wing. Oh my god!
Did they get into something?
So there's a window behind my laptop, kind of to the right of it,
Mm-hmm.
and Phoenix, my cat, decided he wants in through the window, which I'm not
Oh.
going to do
No.
because that's not something I want to start.
Mm-hmm.
So let me call him from the front door. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
He must have just like popped up and spooked you.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I bet you scream like a little girl.
No, there's a face in my window, and it's a cat face. Yeah. Miss Sharon says my cousin has game cams all over. He calls me to tell me to go run people out of his pasture. Isn't that crazy? How when you have pieces of land, people think they can just like, look, let's be here. No, you should leave. This isn't the state park. Show me your pass. What are you doing, Randall?
I can't tell. It's top secret.
Okay. Miss Sharon says usually it's kids on four-wheelers. Oh, those darn kids.
Cheeky little turd. Aw.
Cheeky. Cheeky.
Is this the
Hi. He's soaking wet. I'm trying to keep him off of me.
Yeah.
And
Wet
Dark
cat.
Paw is wanting to pick a fight with me. Son of a bitch. Stop. Oh, God.
Everyone to their happy places and stay there.
Exactly.
Ow.
I got eyes on you.
He's in the room with you.
Dark Paw's over there.
Yeah.
He's wanting to start something. They used to get along. I don't know what changed.
He smells funny.
The thing is, Phoenix is much bigger than Dark Paw.
Right.
I mean, you would think it would be the other way around. You would think Dark Paw would be afraid of Phoenix just from the size.
Oh, the creepy door. Oh, jeez. It got me again.
Huh.
There we go.
Every time. I think I'd be adjusted to that now.
The creepy door. That sounds like a story.
Tell me a story, Randall.
The creepy door.
Did you do a video from your shed the other day, Randall?
Might have been.
I think it was your shed we were in.
Might have been.
Yeah, I think it was.
I'll never tell.
Mm.
Could have been. Yes, yes.
It was.
He don't know.
Oh, I don't, do I?
No, you don't. He guessing.
We'll see about that.
He guessing.
Yeah,
He guessing.
yeah. We'll see. We'll see about that.
We're gonna geolocate me.
No,
Oh, get to your happy place.
did you see that look?
Yes.
Oh boy.
He's
No.
God. I don't know why they like suddenly they just don't like each other. I think Darkpaw wants to be the alpha cat.
Mm-hmm.
He just
Did this start when you moved?
no.
Okay.
No, he's here just recently in the past like 3 or 4 weeks.
They do that. I've had them happen here. Then all of a sudden they just stop. It's just something that passes. I don't know what it is, but
Okay, that's enough.
Barry and his fighting cats.
What's the agenda for tomorrow from Miss Sharon?
I don't know who she asking. I guess Barry.
The birthday person?
Well, I'm sorry.
Pay attention.
I had no idea. Miss Sharon, we'll just have to play it by ear. 'Cause I have a lot of stuff that I need to do.
Yeah, I got a few things to do this week. Weather
Too much.
prediction and all that stuff. If the Lord lets me do it. Weather's more than anything because everything's going to be outside I need to do.
Oh,
I
okay.
got to dig a couple graves out here in the backyard. And,
You getting paid for that?
oh, did I say it? Did I say that loud?
You got to get paid. Prepay that.
No, no,
Collect.
no. No, I ain't digging no graves. I just went plumb over top of your head.
Well, I can't see your face, so
That's good.
it's Monday tomorrow, and I'm not ready for it.
Yeah, taking over the world would be a good thing. Homestead, yes, that does sound like a good.
Well, with coffee first, then that.
We can. think about it.
Yeah, I have done nothing. I have done nothing to prepare for tomorrow, so I'm a day behind. We'll see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that could affect your schedule.
Mhm.
It's going
That could
to
affect your schedule.
It is. Coffee, then world domination.
Hello there, everybody. Kentucky Goblin
I
here.
hope it don't play. I hope it don't.
Had for a couple
I hope it don't. See, it's skipping. That's not even my channel.
Oh, of course it doesn't want to play.
Yes, I planned it that way. I planned it that way. Very nice. Very nice. It's working. It's working. See, it's all laggy and crap.
Make it every
for a few months. I've been collecting these little
uh,
ice cream
Yeah, I like how
containers
he's like, I'm not gonna say
that
from
you can
where.
get at your local neighborhood.
I'm not going to say where. It's up to
Dairy
people's
Queen.
imagination.
I
He
won't
shows the
disclose
lid.
name,
Dairy Queen.
Yeah,
but
I know.
You
He's
like it?
gone. What just happened?
Oh no, Barry
Miss-
quit.
His computer was like denied.
See, that's what he gets for making fun of my putting my videos for making fun of him.
We're promoting the
Yeah.
channel Kentucky Goblin, so head on over there and
And make fun of it.
watch
Make fun of it, and then you'll get kicked out there too.
it's a short. Watch the
See,
short.
I got that safety feature in my channel.
Miss Sharon, if we get some rain tonight, I will be dropping some seeds.
Well, I'm a long ways from putting anything in the ground.
I'm not. Nope. If I
Got
build a cold
seeds.
frame, I can put some seeds out. But other than that, nope.
I got some seeds started, but I ain't. That's a long way from being. I'm just experimenting with things right now. I ain't really. See what?
We've got Tuesday is our dentist appointment because it was rescheduled. Welcome back to your birthday party.
It took you off, didn't it? Excuse me.
But yeah, so Miss Sharon, Tuesday's dental for the kids because it was rescheduled due to a blizzard, rescheduled due to one child having an illness. So let's try to make it there Tuesday. Wednesday is the field trip that was rescheduled because of the blizzard, and it's a survival event in the woods. I think that's all I have going on this week. Homestead Aquarius, line of storms is almost here. They are almost horizontal. You're going to have to get up here and put the camera out so I can watch the lightning. Please.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's stretching pretty. It's a pretty good. It's starting to get more compact the further east it goes.
It's picking up. The words have left my brain. Stuff, speed, energy. I don't know what
Words.
something.
Words are hard for you, aren't they?
It's because I'm trying to think of them in a different language. That's why I'm having such a hard time.
Chinese.
Oh God, no!
Chinese.
English.
You're supposed to say Mandarin, aren't you, for that?
I
I don't know. You're supposed to pretend you're bilingual when you can't remember a word, because then it makes it sound like you're smart.
Or you could sound gangster and just say
Ugh.
and shit afterwards
Yeah.
and shit.
Oops, that's not what I wanted.
Sheena, how you doing, Sheena? Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Ooh.
Out of luck? You don't have a window?
No, he ain't going. He says he's not going back out.
Okay, Homestead Aquarius. Stay safe.
He says he's not going to get wet no more.
No, don't get wet.
Oh, come on, Sheena, you're the original rock star.
Oh, it's 12:30. I'm about ready to call it myself.
Randall's sleepy.
I'm getting that way.
Oh. Grab a kitty, crawl up in the bed, and go to sleep, Randall.
No. I got one that likes to sleep on the bed anyway. I don't have to do that.
It's warming it up for you.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Stuff.
But anyway, I will hop off while I'm here. And Shawnee, good seeing you. And,
Good to see you, Randall.
I'll let you, everybody in the chat, and Barry will talk to you later on or something other. Y'all have a good one.
All right. Good night, neighbor.
Bye.
Then there was 2.
There's 2. 3-hour birthday chat party.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. Like, because earlier today I was telling somebody, I'm just going to let it go 2 hours.
That was your cutoff, was 2 hours. Sorry.
I knew that was no, I knew better than that. I was lying to myself, Shawnee.
Yeah, right?
Lying to myself.
Well, you always have the people that come late to the party, right? You have your
that's all
waves
right.
early and you're mid and you're late.
When they show up, that's all that matters. I don't care what time they show up.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know,
Bring a gift.
just throw money. I'm not going to put a G string on, but you can put money in my pants. Never mind. Just forget it. That just went south.
I'm sure there's a tip jar link somewhere in the description.
Yeah.
So if you're feeling like
just use my Cash App.
You want to stuff cash in a G-string for Barry, there is a tip jar. It can be whatever color you want it to be.
There's a picture I don't want to see.
It reminds me of the underculture joke where you use G-strings in your garden. It's like a joke for making your garden grow better, but it's not for real. Where's the tornadoes at now?
Well, you know, there's a long line of storms going from Tennessee, like northwestern Tennessee, all the way down to about Texas.
Okay.
Western part of Texas.
It's a pretty long stretch then. Yeah, I can't find a good app to put on my phone. Let's see. The one that I have, the stupid radar doesn't load anymore when they updated it. I don't know how to fix it.
If I could find the link, I'll send you the link to a very, well, it might be a convoluted app, but technically it's only for storm chasers, but yeah.
Oh, do you have to have a key code?
No.
Okay, well.
It's just not a link that, is out there.
Yeah, I used the Weather Channel and it's not working anymore. So then I downloaded something else and it was a piece of pile of nope. And I don't even know where to go next because everything that's sponsored shows up, like AccuWeather and I don't remember. WeatherBug, that was the other one. I'm like, well, these look like poop too. So I just want good quality radar on my phone. How hard is that?
Yeah, well.
I don't want to pay for it either.
Yeah, I didn't have to pay for WKYT, but I mean, that doesn't do you any good.
I
Well,
like to
I
see
don't
the
know.
whole
Wait a
world.
minute.
Like, can I see all of? I like to look at all of United States. But yes, mostly Minnesota is what I look at. But I like to see where it's coming, where it's going, what's happening in the water.
Oh, look, the cat stepped on my phone with his dirty paws.
Homestead Aquarius said, "Oh, wow, he stepped on your phone with his dirty paws." My radar, free or paid. This better not be poop.
So WKYT's app, I know it's for a Kentucky TV station, but it offers that feature right there which says follow me.
Okay, so I type in WKYT weather.
WKYT TV. Yeah. Or you could WKYT TV weather, and it should bring this app up. And when you go to the Google store,
First alert weather.
yeah, that's it.
Okay. So when I go to a sidebar here, if I go to the Google store, it asks me stupid questions about like putting payment information in, even though I only download free stuff. So I always have to like go to Google and like look for it and install things that way. Because when I go to the Google Play app, it wants a card, and I'm not doing that.
Yeah. But what
It's
I've got on there for payment is a reloadable type card. That way it's
that's the
not.
only thing I would trust. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, get the weather for your exact location. Sure. Radar. Let's see what it looks like.
Oh, I didn't touch a damn thing.
What?
So it looks like in the Google store. Huh?
Yep.
I hate these edge screens because that's what's happening. I'm touching it with my finger.
Okay, let's push play and see how this loads. Well, I actually see precipitation things and it's moving, which is more than what the last app was doing. Wow, that's a huge band of storms. Jeez.
Yeah.
It goes from Canada to Texas.
Right. There's not leaving nobody
Wow.
out.
Okay, so how close in can I get? And then 24-hour, does it do future forecast? Let's see. Yes. Okay, I'm liking this.
Wow.
All right.
All that light blue is snow.
Yeah, Wisconsin.
Or right over Canada.
Yeah. Yep.
Or what's
Michigan. So I can compare this one to my radar, is what Homestead Aquarius said to look at. Let's see which one I like better.
and there's also you could also enlarge it. There's supposed to be a way to I don't know why it's not going into landscape mode. Why it's not? You little bastard! Come on.
Continue.
They keep going anywhere in the world with this app. It's not just restricted to Kentucky. What? Oh, you're little crybaby, you. Is it that bad? Is it really that bad? Yeah. And if it's following you, or if you've entered your zip code, you can click on lost it. damn thing. You click on daily, it gives you the weekly forecast. And
Yeah, I don't like this My Radar Homestead Aquarius. I like the one Barry showed me much better. I'm taking this off my phone. Yeah, I saw it has the daily. I don't like the colors. It's hard to read, but I can use the daily of my other one. I just needed something with the radar.
yeah.
Let's see here. Take My Radar off. I was gonna get like the Storm Chaser one where you can watch them, but I think you have to pay for it to see all their cameras of where they're at.
Yeah. Uh,
I think I have to blow my nose.
I can't stand looking at my phone very long. Bothers my
Okay.
eyes.
I have solved my radar issue. Thank
Cool.
you. We are good
You're
on
welcome.
that. I will bring a new issue next time. 'Cause
Oh, hey, no problem.
last time it was that radio I was trying to figure out.
We still haven't figured it out.
He says we're just gonna buy a new one. And I said, like a new old one? And you're gonna get a turntable too then? Or what are we what are we doing here? And the conversation hasn't continued since.
Ah, I need to get mine down here. I miss it.
Yeah. Add that to the list, man.
Paper. I can't find paper long enough for that list.
Miss Sharon, does that mean you're gonna run out real quick and throw some seeds in? If the rain's gonna be there at 3?
Excuse me.
Homestead Aquarius, My Radar is a top choice of storm chasers. It needs little data to run. It's all what you like, though. Well, it did not vibe with my personality whatsoever in the minute and a half that I was on there. So, it's already uninstalled.
Mine doesn't even have a real name from the National Weather Service. It's got some weird bunch of letters and numbers.
That like gave you an assigned. Yeah.
Yeah. That's just like their phone number. I can't give out their phone number either.
Miss
Yeah.
Sharon, nah, it should be moved out by 11 a.m. I'll drop seeds around noon. Vibe is important. It sure is.
Tiger. God. Whatever. Go on. As long as you're over there. I'm just glad this store moved out, guys. It could have been an all night thing like we had, or all week like we had here a week ago.
All right, 5 people watching. Who has birthday questions for Barry? Good sleeping storm here. Homestead Aquarius. Miss Sharon, I'm hoping the rain will help the firefighters on the mountain. Oh, that's still going on? Yeah, that would help. Oh my goodness, how fast is the wind going? I can hear it. Where's my, does it tell me? I'm not even in the country. It's way worse in the country. We have two mountains on fire. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Well, it says it's only 17 miles per hour. I don't believe that. The gust has got to be more than that.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't fly the drone today because of the weather. It was rainy and
Yeah.
wind. The wind wasn't nowhere. It wasn't anywhere near what the drone app said. So
What?
yeah, it said, oh, it was gusting 21, and I'm like, this is yesterday's forecast. And I'm like, why is it not updating? You know, I just I looked outside. You know, it was dark and gray and everything.
Mhm.
I think I might have sent you a picture. I'm not sure.
Yep. I was going to make a comment that it was good Viking weather. Like
Yeah,
overcast. Yeah.
yeah. But well, let's see what the app says now, even though it's dark. Oh, good flying conditions. Yeah. Totally. I'm totally going to put the drone up tonight. Yes. 18-mile-per-hour gust. No, I don't think I will. Even if I had night lighting on it, I still, nah. A little cold, a little wet out there. Nah.
Yeah. With the wind, our wind chill, it's 15 right now, Fahrenheit.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
I just tried to fake like I was yawning, and then you yawned. I was pretending like to hide it.
oh, and happy birthday to Gary. Not Belt Luke 29, but my brother-in-law. So here's the thing.
What's
I
the
sound like
thing?
Gary. I sound like Gary just now. March 22nd is my oldest daughter's birthday for my first marriage. March 23rd is mine, and then March 24th is my brother-in-law's.
Wow.
Oh, March 1st is my mom's birthday. We have a few March birthdays. What was I going to look up?
The temperature?
It's 52.
Oh, wow. That's warm.
I wonder if there's a feels like, which I really don't care about, but oh, 50, it's 52 degrees, feels like 50.
Oh, that's not a big jump.
Nah. I could deal with that.
Hmm.
I don't like 40 and below.
Yeah, it's below freezing around here at night still. For a while now, it will be. 58 was Miss Sharon. That's warm. No wonder you're like, seeds? Seeds?
No, don't blame me there, Miss Sharon. I sure don't. I'm going to have to get some potting soil. That's all there is to it.
I need to get some potting soil.
I might order it and have it delivered, or not delivered, but shipped here.
So would you just get the Pro Mix compacted cube and then hydrate it in a wheelbarrow? 74 tomorrow? Jeez, Miss Sharon. People say you get a lot out of that when you rehydrate it.
Well, unless I get some dirt turned, I'm probably going to end up doing container gardening for this year, and then next year I'll do the full Monty.
You know,
Whatever.
that's the smartest thing to do because you're in new land, and the best thing is to watch the land for one whole year.
Yeah,
So when you do that container gardening, you can move them to find all the good spots and really watch the land and map it out.
I know the
Perfect.
best place for sunlight.
Okay.
You know that. I mean, the whole back of my house has direct sun from 11:30 in the morning to, you know,
6, 7,
sunset.
yeah.
Yeah, 6 or 7.
8.
Yeah.
So that would be your full sun things, your warm crop loving things, for sure. You think freeze is gone, Miss Sharon?
Oh, I'm hoping.
We get frost till May, end of May.
Why am I yawning so much? I took a damn nap.
Did you? I don't know. You
My
need more
dinner-
oxygen, I guess.
My dinner put me to sleep.
What was your dinner?
I had 2 chicken sandwiches and green beans.
Okay. I had nachos. Chicken.
Those are nachos. Why'd you eat them?
I'm probably going to eat again here in a little bit.
That's what I was thinking.
Miss Sharon, yep, I think so, but if not, I will have time to replant. Okay.
He's peeking around the corners, just staring at me. Oh, he's been in a fight.
He's got a wound?
Yep. Now, you know I'm not going to hurt you. Just hold still. Buddy, when have I ever hurt you? Huh? Hold still. Hold still. Yeah, okay. It's not going to happen. He said, I'm too big a boy. I don't need your help, Daddy. Until he does. Yeah, I'm going to call it at the top of the hour.
Countdown, 7 minutes.
Because we have 5 in chat.
Hello, all 5 of you. I don't know if I'm one of the 5. I don't know if it works that way.
Could be. Hey. You stay away all day long and then come home at night. Come here.
Teenager.
Come here. He's asleep. Don't worry about him. Oh. He's so pretty though. Gee. There we go. Right here, Phoenix. Oh. You got kisses for Dad? You got kisses? Oh, thank you. He says, I know what you're doing. You got me on that damn camera, don't you? Yeah, No clue what I'm going to do tomorrow. Sunday. I mean Monday.
I would like to sleep in. I know
Granted. Granted, you can sleep in because I said so.
I'm gonna have to wash dishes because I do that every day. Someone fell asleep with the stream rolling. That happens. I've done that.
Yeah, it could be. It could be Melissa too. She may have left it on and went to sleep.
I had to shut off the auto. What is it called?
Autoplay.
It makes something come again. Yeah, I just shut that crap off. Otherwise, I mean, my phone would be dead.
Yeah,
You know.
which is pointless when you want to get up to a phone that's charged.
I
Right.
finally bought new cords, and I have a quick charge now again. Because it would be plugged in the whole time at night, and it would not be charged when I woke up. It was that cord.
Mine's got little bite marks in the cord.
Because you were using the same cord for charging your drone and your phone, and I think there was one more thing, maybe a headlamp. I don't know.
Let's see.
I can't see it. I'd have to get it. I can maybe when the light glistens, I think I see it. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Now I see it.
Yeah, there's the marks. Okay, yeah. The thing is, though, it's not. I mean, this is a cord that came with the phone,
Okay.
which is amazing.
Because it's old, you mean?
Yeah, I mean that's
Okay.
3 years old. They don't normally last so long.
Right.
And yeah, I sometimes charge the drone with it because it's longer.
Mm.
The cord the cord they give you in the box when you first buy the drone is only like
this.
yeah.
Like
If
yeah.
you're lucky, yeah.
Yep, I have that with lights that I charge.
Yeah.
You can barely.
Like what's up with that?
I don't get it either. Money, I guess.
So the cord that goes from the drone controller to the phone is supposed to be that short. You don't want that in your way while you're trying to fly. But here's the cord that not only charges the battery, but transfers your
Oh, it's longer than
files. So
Okay.
it's probably about a foot. But maybe we'll say 14 inches is what it looks like. I don't know. But but that's too short because I have to set this on a surface somewhere and plug it in, right? Somewhere the cats won't knock it over.
Yeah.
So what I do is I plug it into that long cord for the phone and I stick it in a cabinet.
Oh, because
So
you
the
can't just
cord-
leave it sitting on the floor, huh?
Yeah. No, I don't trust the cats.
Right.
So it's up in a cabinet, where it's safe, and then the cord just comes out and plugs into the wall. Because you use the regular phone charger to charge the drone. So that's the only thing they don't give you is a little charge plug,
That happens a lot. They give you the cord, but not that home base thing.
And then of course, there's one battery's already in the drone, and you have a second one which has to be put in the drone and then plug back in again to charge the second battery.
Yeah.
Then you have the
You have to
controller,
charge that too.
which is fully charged right now.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
We have a new guest at the party, Barry.
we do. Ann's place, how you doing? Good morning to you. Thank you very much. Yeah,
Hello, Ann.
I tried to hang around on one of her live streams, but I was just so dead tired I fell asleep. And
Yes.
I woke up and it was still on her. It was still on her page, but it said it had ended.
Yep.
I was like, oh,
Yeah, I have a fan that I put in my plants that I showed you, like my station. And so every day I have to charge it at some point. It's a rechargeable fan. So it's like I'm constantly rotating things in and out.
Yeah. What I'll do is probably. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the phone cord. It's still good. It's not got any wires hanging out.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
I'll buy another cord and use it for my phone because unlike you, I need my phone.
I really need my phone. Yeah, I have a problem. Oh, jeez. There. Is that
I mean, it's not really for apps so much as it is for phone calls and.
I have people that call me every day and they need me. Like.
Oh, I get that. Nobody needs me, so.
Well, jeez.
I'm not important enough to worry about my phone being fully charged, but.
Do you ever use it for recipes? Probably not.
Nah.
Okay.
I write them down. I write them down, or I put them on a notepad on my laptop and just, take the laptop into the kitchen, put it on that counter that's away from everything so that it doesn't get food on it.
There's no way I'm putting my laptop in the kitchen. There's no way. If maybe I owned it, but I don't own this.
Oh, yeah.
So.
But it's just me and the cats here, and the cats pretty much stay away from it 80% of the time.
Anne's place says, Shawnee, I mistakenly thought I will quickly edit and go back to sleep. Well, things aren't always as easy as we thought it would be. Laugh out loud.
No,
Yeah,
it
you've
never
been editing
is.
for 3 hours. Yeah.
It's all right, Ann. I've got files on my laptop right now that need to be edited.
I get like that with research sessions. Like, okay, I got 30 minutes, and then it's like 2 hours later. I'm like, oh, well, we need to get off of here now.
I'll just give you an idea of just how many files I've made over the 2 year or the 1 year of having a drone. Let me see here.
1,000. Does it tell me a number?
I don't know. It might be.
Like if you do select all, does it give you a number?
It might.
125 for the DJI. Yeah, 125.
Yeah, but that's just the folders?
Yeah, because
That's
each
not
folder
what's in-
has right.
Yeah, that's not what's inside the folders.
Right. Are you feeling like the organization system you're using by date is helpful for you?
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's how the files are. If you were to look at the metadata would tell when. Okay, so here, can you still see the?
Yeah, I can see it.
So here it tells you what date it was modified. So really all that really means is when it was transferred from the drone to the laptop. But if we go to the right here, we have the date somewhere in there, not the modified date. Well, it's only showing the modified date. What the hell?
The reason I ask is because for my brain, like in the folder land that you were in,
Mhm.
I would be like, um, spring sunrise, fall rainstorm. Like I don't know. I would need like details
Right.
what's in there for
So
me
there,
to like organize this.
so there is one exception in here.
Estrella flying craft. Okay.
Yeah. But
Yeah, like that. Like I would need like specific what is in here.
yeah, and the only reason it is because I wanted to keep it separate from the rest of the files because it uh, was for something that was not drone related or sunset related.
Mhm.
So in that regard, I was sort of thinking along the lines the way you just explained. Like this says, up for analysis. This is a video that never made the light of day. I
Hmm.
mean, it just, you know, I couldn't work it out in my head how to put the sequence of videos together to make it work in my favor.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe one day.
That bonus material for your memberships or something.
Mm-hmm.
Raw footage.
Rock girl and you know, I think I finally got her to stop coming over.
So she's still around,
I don't know.
even though. Okay. Okay.
I mean, I really don't because I'm not over there and I don't want to be over there.
No.
I don't want to be
Yeah.
associated.
Yeah. Do you want to be what?
I don't want to be associated with
Okay.
you know, drugs and stuff.
Right. Anne's place. I planted tomatoes and peppers Saturday, Shawnee. Well, that's fantastic.
Hmm.
I hope they grow wonders for you. Keep on growing.
How do you feel about people using wool?
I would like to try wool pellets.
Yeah.
I have seen wool used in the bottom of wooden built seed starting trays with soil
Yeah.
blocks. I have seen wool as a ground cover, and I don't like that. I don't like
Mhm.
seeing sheets of wool on top of
Right.
the ground.
Okay. Yeah.
That bothers me. It looks messy. But the wool pellets, it's actual wool, not the manure, and it supposedly has fantastic nutritional benefits to feed the soil food web and the plants. And I would like to experiment with that. And I want to experiment with more granular things anyways, as well as, liquid. I just want to get better at feeding everything 100%.
Well, I am saving coffee grounds because I'm trying to save this rose plant, this rose bush over here at the driveway.
Okay.
So I'm probably going to mix that in with. They say banana peels are good for roses too, but I'm hardly at Walmart to buy bananas. So
You
I'm
don't
just
need a lot
gonna.
of bananas, huh?
Oh, I love bananas. I
The
just don't feel like
Dollar
Walmart.
General doesn't sell bananas?
Mhm.
And then,
They
okay.
if they do, they're probably like in a fruit salad that's in a container.
Oh, no, I mean like the
Mhm.
peel. And then the
Yeah, I
gas
know.
station is the other place where we get bananas.
The Crossroads got them if you can get there early enough.
Mm.
Yeah, but throughout the day, you're lucky if you could, you know, catch them. I don't know where the hell they get them from. I've just assumed that they went to Walmart, picked up a bunch of bananas, stuck them on the counter, and put their
You think
price.
so? Oh my goodness.
Hey, let me tell you what this store did when they first started.
What?
Before they bought up, before they partnered with Shell, they're a
Mhm.
Shell station now.
Yeah.
Before that, they were just, this generic kind of gas station. And they were going to Walmart and they were you could use your tax and usage license to buy products from another store tax free. They were going to Walmart, buying a bunch of milk, putting it in their store down here, and then marking it up. Which, most time when you go to a Shell station, if you're getting something like eggs and milk, it's going to be marked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be jacked up. And me and my ex, we were just like, isn't that so-and-so from Shell's or the Crossroads? Yeah. What's she doing with all that damn milk?
Think you watched it. Yeah.
And then she went to the checkout and they gave her a little bit of lip, but they still let her buy it. And it's weird how it played out because it was like we were spying on this person, but we weren't really meaning to.
Well,
Hey, Steve.
we have a new
Or
person.
Barry, I'm sorry.
Party.
So yeah, she's loading the back end of her car with this stuff, and we have to go the same direction to go to that store, that gas station. We followed her home, or followed her to the gas station. She pulls up in there and she starts unloading the milk. And I was like, yeah, that's what I thought she was doing. So she was like buying mostly 2%, but I think she might have bought maybe 6 of, the full, what is it, whole milk, D milk?
Yeah.
But the rest of it was 2%, and they were marking it up.
Wow.
Which, okay, whatever works for them. It's not illegal. It's just a little bit. It's not fair to the customers at Walmart who, where the hell's all the milk?
It wipes out their inventory.
Yeah, real quick, like in one fell swoop. I mean, it's like, the hell you doing, little Indian woman?
So we couldn't get the dairy truck here during the blizzard last week, and so there were certain things that were not restocked in the dairy, and it just took one truck not being there. So it just takes, obviously people do buy extra stuff before a storm. You know how it goes with the stories.
Yeah.
And then it takes the truck not getting there, and then that's 2-3 more days, and then the product would have been out.
Over here, we got something like that. It's Swan, I think is what it is. They've got refrigerated trucks, big refrigerated trucks. They're about the size of an ambulance.
Schwann's.
Yeah.
I think they're going out of business.
Oh.
But I don't know. You'll have to fact check me.
That's sad, though, if they do. I mean, but it's entirely possible. I mean, a lot of companies can't make it in this world,
Right.
A lot of things have been changed, and
okay. So I need to address. Is she still here? Yeah, it was Miss Sharon that's getting tea. So Anne asked me a question. Heard we can expect heat waves again this summer. Any advice on how to protect them, your tomatoes and peppers, from burning to death again like last year? A couple of things come to mind. Since you know that this happened, do not plant them in the same location that you put them last year. I saw that you used a 75% sunblock netting and it didn't help. Yeah, they're going to need shade. So if you have natural shade of a tree, since you're saying the netting made more of a heat for them, the ground needs to be mulched and covered and damp, so the ground isn't getting super hot because the roots are getting too hot. Now the plant is going to naturally wilt during the day, because that's its natural defense to the sun. It's going to kind of droop, but if you're giving it water at night, it's going to rehydrate and be okay. And so you get through that heat wave. So don't plant it in the same spot. Provide shade somehow again. Keep the ground mulched and keep watering it at night for it to rehydrate. And then did you see Homestead Aquarius lost power?
Oh no, I didn't see that.
The whole neighborhood is black. And then Passamaquoddy said something. What do we got here?
She buys shelf stable milk at the Dollar Tree.
Stacy, I don't know who Stacy is. Stacy
That's
has
her
been
daughter.
getting sunburn. Oh, okay. Stacy's been getting sunburn through her clothes here in New Hampshire, and it hasn't been even 60 degrees yet because of the distance the sun is to the earth right now.
Mm-hmm.
So do you buy, Stacy, the SPF clothing that they sell that's really expensive? Because I've always wondered if that works, because I would, if it actually works, I'd buy a long sleeve for
Yeah.
myself.
Well, I'm sure Stacy being an adult, she could buy her own. But I would be putting something on like sunscreen or something.
See, I wasn't sure if
Yeah.
it was one of those situations where it's an adult, but they need to be taken care of.
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, she's sharp as a tack, just like her mom.
Okay. Yeah,
And I
she's
hardly
an
know
adult.
her. Yeah.
Yeah, I asked Homestead Aquarius, like, I hope you're ready for the power outage. You know, there's other things you do before that happens. And he said, I'm good over here. So that's good.
Everything, well, he's got that power station, so
Yeah, I remember that. Like, I was hoping it was charged.
yeah. Mine's on the floor over here. Charged up, waiting.
Yeah, I had charged mine before the blizzard.
Yeah, good idea. Well, yeah, at the beginning of the live stream, about 20 minutes into it, our lights were flickering. That's when that storm was moving in.
Yeah.
And then I got the bright idea to turn the outdoor camera on, and that's when everything lit up. It started, lighting and stuff. So I guess that's moved on. I guess we're clear. So let's just hope, like tomorrow warms up. I hate walking in wet grass, soppy. I got some spots out here that holds water,
Mm-hmm.
Especially in the driveway and then over here by this wall here. So it's
You must have a walk that you do every day.
every other day, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I go up. The hardest part is going uphill because it's really steep. But once you get to the top and into the woods, it's a nice walk. It's,
Right.
when you don't have people, up there on their four-wheelers like fools.
Right.
Yeah. It's walking on the road, it's hard on you.
I
You know,
agree.
walking on-
The grass
on
is softer.
pavement.
Yep.
Yeah. But when you're up in the woods, it's you're not having to worry about looking over your shoulder or the car coming around the corner, blind spots and shit like that.
Yep.
You just,
You just look at the birds. Yeah.
yeah. It's really nice to go up in there because, and spring is the best time. Well, no, spring and fall are probably the two best times to go up there in the forest. Yeah.
I don't want to be in the forest when there's bugs biting me. Otherwise, I prefer to be walking out in nature. Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. There's no way around that. I mean, You
That's
know,
why it's like, well, I'm sure if I could get breathable, I feel like even the breathable fabric, but for summer, they're gonna bite through that because they like my blood type or my whatever scent I have. And I don't
good
dig
night,
where
Pastor Body.
bug spray. Going to bed. Hopefully, Gizmo won't be an a-hole tonight and keep me awake all night again. Good night, everyone.
Yeah. I can't blame my cats for keeping me up. I usually keep myself up.
My brain does that for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. My head just won't shut the hell up. Bless you. And bless you. And bless you. And bless you. Oh. And no, I mean, I've been skipping out on naps, and today I just couldn't fight it.
Mhm.
Ended up taking a nap, and man, it's just like I've been exploring this house in my dreams, and I've never seen this house in real life. But it's like, how in a dream you could tell that it's the same place. Like you might see a different part of it, but
Multiple nights in a row, you mean? Yes.
yeah, but it feels like you're entering another room or another portion of the same house or the same place.
Yeah.
That's what that dream was. It was vivid. It was vivid, like like I was there, and it was bizarre. It was like there was an apartment in the basement of this house. And the last time anybody had been in there was like the 60s or 70s because everything looked from that era.
Yep.
And it worked. And it still worked. Like the washing machine. I remember in my dream turning a knob and it kicked on. I said, oh my God, it still works.
Yeah.
And the last thing I remember of that dream was like, because I'm walking around looking at stuff, testing things, wow, look at this ancient, and there's a bed in there.
Okay.
And I saw something move out of the corner of my eye on the bed. So I went over to the bed to see what's going on. Okay, there's two gray little kittens on the head of the bed on a pillow.
Okay.
Balled up to sleep. Here's the weird part. I'm trying to, how you get on a bed, it's a little bit springy, a little bit
yeah.
squishy. It's hard for you to get moving off of it.
Mm-hmm.
I felt what felt like warm skin.
Oh, I'm going to throw up.
I didn't see anybody because about that time, I turned around and I saw smoke behind me. But it was kind of like being in a smoky bar. Right?
The haze.
Seemed like a lot of people smoking.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to figure out where that was coming from. At the same time, I'm going, what? Is there somebody in this bed?
Mm-hmm.
And then I woke up.
Oh, geez.
And I'm like, wait a minute. What the hell was that?
Did
like
you watch before bed?
Yeah, nothing but like a cliffhanger. A cliffhanger fucking dream is what I'm talking about.
Are you going back to that room tonight?
I had no control over the dream in the first place. So,
I know.
I mean, I don't even know. I remember walking through a door. The door looked newer on one side, and when you open the door and walk through it, I remember turning around. For some reason, I felt like I needed to shut the door, so I shut it. But the interior of this, I'm assuming was basement apartment. It looked really old and dingy.
It's like you went through a time warp.
Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, you know, because one side of the door was like wood grain, real fancy wood grain, and then the other side was, you know, had been cleaned and fucking forever, but
Yeah.
the material, the pattern didn't match the other side of the door.
Right.
That'd be like that right there with the wood grain,
Hmm.
and then opening it and having this color paint on the other side, except filthy, just like, you know,
It's
they
like
cooked
you went
everything in
into a
grease.
party house.
I guess, yeah.
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it was bizarre. It was a really bizarre dream, but that's not the most bizarre part of it to me. That fact that I keep going back to the same place and finding more to it. So it's like the brain is going, how can I make this house more interesting? Oh, let's put another room on it. And it puts me in mind of the movie Rose Red. Because if I remember correctly, and if Barry's still in here, temporal transmissions, he could correct me if I'm wrong about the movie. But I think more rooms were being added onto the house.
Mm.
So, like in the dream, I was exploring more and more rooms,
Hmm.
and it was just really bizarre. Like there were some rooms that didn't even have stairs to them; they had a cutout in the floor, and you had to climb to get up in it because you couldn't find any stairs to get there.
Oh, like the whole like attic ladder to the attic hole in the
Second
ceiling.
floor.
Crap.
It was the second floor.
Okay.
So it was a second floor, but there was no stairs to get to it. Like it actually looked, since it was round, the opening looked round.
Mhm.
There was a pole down the middle, which gave, in the dream, it gave me the impression that there should have been a spiral staircase. But the
So
staircase
that's like
was
the
gone.
way out. You gotta go through the window. I don't.
Yeah. No, it was just like we stacked. I remember because somebody was with me,
Oh,
but I don't know who. But we stacked stuff up to get up to that second floor. It was really sketchy. But you know, in dreams you could do whatever the hell you want to, right?
yeah, yeah.
But when I got up to that room, I don't remember anything of that room.
Oh, okay.
So I think I might have started to wake up then. But I'll have to sketch it out. But I could sketch you a picture of what the house looks like on the outside.
Yeah.
Because I've been to it so many times in my dreams, but I couldn't tell you if that house exists in real life.
So you're right. You're
No
saying
idea.
it's not something that you recall from your past
No.
being actually
Mhm.
in, but for some
Yeah,
reason you were having a repetitive dream of this same exact house to the point where you could draw it.
yeah. Just like I'm going back to that house and exploring more parts of it. It's really weird. It's really bizarre, but it's so vivid. It's almost like I'm actually there. No, I'm not. You know. And it's been. I'll take this dream over the ones I used to have when I was 18.
The whole
I was
dreamland in general is just
so
wild.
bizarre. Yeah,
That our
it's
brains do
bizarre.
that, you know? And then
And
to read into it.
yeah, it just wow. You know, you can't say that the mind isn't something that's amazing because it
I was
really is.
waiting for someone to get their book out. Look at temporal transmissions.
Yeah, your dreams mean something in your personal life remains unresolved.
Bazinga.
Yeah.
Um,
That's right, Sheldon.
I had a dream. I had a dream. Was it 2 nights ago? And my husband made me mad in the dream, and he was
Oh.
home when I woke up. And so I didn't yell at him, but I was like, "Look here, this is what happened in the dream," and I'm very mad about it. And he's like, "Well, I'm sorry I upset you in your dream."
Well, the correct answer, Mark, would have been What can I do to make it better?
Do you need anything? Yeah.
Yeah, can I get you anything?
I
Yeah,
can't remember what he
so
did at the right now, but yeah, I was pissed.
it you
I
know,
said Aquarius. I just calmly, in my really tired, not awake yet voice, explained the dream. You know, I wasn't like
yeah.
pointing fingers or nothing. Wasn't throwing eggs.
Yeah, that would have been awkward. I wouldn't have been telling about it here.
No.
No, that would have been kept to myself in case it happens again.
About all these rooms
I'll be like, at least I'm getting some action
and a warm
somewhere.
body in a bed. Yeah.
Hey, I'm glad the body was warm.
It just,
Dream or not, you don't
I
want
know.
a
That's
dream
true.
of a cold body in the bed.
No.
I better not be getting congested. Tis the season for allergies.
Well, I think you're in, yeah, you're in where pollen is waking up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So rain doesn't help that much either. You would think it does, but honestly, I believe it stirs it up even worse. But, yeah.
I would have to look it up. I don't have an answer off the top of my head.
I don't either.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, it felt like, and I probably, to be honest, quite honest with you, there was a cat sleeping next to me when I took that nap. My hand could have easily just brushed up against one of those cats. They're going to be warm. Sorry. They're going to be warm. And your mind having this dream and the fact that I was on a bed,
Hmm.
your mind's going to say, oh, yeah, there's something warm in the bed.
Put something there. Yeah.
Mm. But, to me, in a dream, it felt like warm skin. Like he'd been under covers, right? Like,
Yep.
because I'm doing this trying to find my way to the edge of the bed to get off the bed.
Right.
And I remember, like, I turned around and I was trying to brace myself, I guess. And I saw the haze behind me. I'm trying to figure out if maybe something I turned on in the dream caused a fire. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, because you were pushing buttons, seeing if stuff worked.
Yeah, that's what, hey, let's try all this shit. Who cares if it's, 80 years old or whatever,
Right. Usually there's birds' nests and stuff.
Yeah. But this looked like it, the best I can go by for my dream is it looked like it'd never been opened before. Like lights still worked in there,
Okay.
but they weren't like fancy lights. These lights looked like they were just like a cord and somebody, hooked it up to a lamp socket and hung it from the ceiling. It didn't look very fancy at all. Yeah.
I'm excited to hear if you go back to this room in a future dream.
Yeah. Is there somebody sleeping in that bed? And who is it?
And then the smoke thing. Maybe you'll find like a letter on a nightstand and you'll read it.
Oh boy, if it gives me some lottery numbers, I'll be happy.
Oh, geez.
Just give me half of them. I'll be
Still
happy.
gotta pay taxes on that, but yeah.
Well, I know, but you have two options. I mean, you get a full payout and take a cut, and so they're taking their taxes part of it,
Mhm.
or
increments over a year's time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still, I mean, either way, you're going to have to pay taxes on it,
Correct.
you know. But you have that much money, you're not going to care that you have to pay taxes. At least I wouldn't give a shit. I wouldn't be like, well, with me, I've got, $8 million and I got to pay taxes. Woe is me. Nah, I'll just pay taxes. Put the money into an account that draws interest. Yep. He's held back so many jokes.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
You can just imagine. I did say we were going to end it at 1, didn't I? Oops.
Like an hour ago?
Yeah.
Half an hour ago? I don't know which.
We're going on 4 hours and 5 minutes now.
No. I would spend every penny on property. Yeah, assets.
If it was up to me, I would spend it on property that had no chance of neighbors.
No neighbors.
And if it was big enough,
Commune.
yeah, I wouldn't start
No.
start like a township or anything.
A township. That's gotta. How many do we need to make a township?
I don't know. It's under 10,000 because 10,000 is considered a city here in the States. So 10,000 or above is considered.
I wasn't gonna Google anything, and now I kind of want to.
At least last I knew that 10,000 would be considered a city, but I don't know. I'm not an expert on such things.
I'm trying to figure out the township part.
Yeah.
Usually it's like a minimum of a 6 by 6 mile square can be designated a township, is what this quick look is saying. I don't know what, I didn't dig deep into things.
Well, I guess I wouldn't try to make a town. I wouldn't try to make it, anything like that, because what's going to happen is you're not going to be able to keep it private.
Yeah, I want private.
So if I was going to make a place where like-minded friends could live, it would have to be, I think I would just, if I had that much money and I could buy that much land, I'd be like, well, this plot is yours. This plot is yours. This plot is yours. You get a plot. You get a plot. Everyone gets a plot.
Plots.
Yeah. I'll just. I find the older I get, the less I need.
I think that's natural.
Viva la commune. Yeah.
Stupid thing. Once I had a dream many years ago that I caught my sister with my husband, and you strangled her. And then the next day you were telling your mom and your sister walked in and said that you strangled her in her dream? Well, that's fucking weird. What?
Well, the main thing is you woke up and you were not in jail.
And no one is strangled.
So it's all good. Nobody knows what you do in your dreams. Thankfully, we can't be prosecuted for things we do in our dreams.
Are you twins, Anne? The sister, are you twins? Because that would explain it, I feel like. Miss Sharon, there's 2 pieces of property near me that are over 500 acres each, where it is would stop any city from annexing it. 4 years younger. Okay, well, I'd have to do some research on that one.
I don't know if we're going to find anything like that in Kentucky, to be honest with you. Although there is, I don't know how many hundreds of acres it is, but there's a mansion that has a bunker under it. And it was built by, I don't know if it was the governor, if it was the previous governor, or if it was somebody else who was, just well off. But it was up for sale. I don't know if it still is, but it had hundreds of acres with it. And it had a bunker under it.
Because you are picturing this commune possibility. What is the number of acres? What do you think?
Well, 100 would be barely scratching the surface, so it would have to be well over 100 acres.
Like 300 is.
500 at the most.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
because you want everybody to have their own privacy, yeah?
Yeah, you want them to have their own life, their own privacy, but you also want to be able to get to their back and forth between places. And then
Yeah, there'd be a road. Yeah.
Yeah, and do you want to protect your perimeters, your borders? Yes, you would want to protect your borders.
Yeah, think about fencing that much.
So you would clear out everything, just like the linemen do when they're going to put new poles up on the mountainside. They clear all the trees out. You do that, all the way around the whole perimeter of the place. Because if you don't,
people sneak in and fuck around.
People sneak in. Yeah, you've got nowhere to patrol the outside of your perimeter.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
That's where a lot of, and the woods is, something that's untamed is the best place to go, because you can, if you're careful about how you lay out the properties and everything, and still maintain the woodsy part of it, that's pretty good defense.
Well, it's a wind block, it's a sound barrier. There's a lot of things that woods provides.
Not to mention, you're going to keep nature interested in staying there. Only downside to that is if you fence it all in, you can't have deer migrate back and forth, or elk, or
Oh, you're thinking like a really big fence then.
Yeah, because the downside to that, though, is, like I said, wildlife is not going to be able to migrate.
I assumed the fence was jumpable by a deer, is the one I was building in my head.
Yeah.
Was they could just jump it.
Well, if it was that way, then yeah, but you would have to have some kind of way to. People are going to get curious. It's going to look like a.
Well, have you seen the movies? Of course, they'll climb anything to get in.
Yeah. Well, hell, that wall down there at the border, they're already climbing it like it's no big deal.
Man, there was a conversation today about that topic that I had with someone, and it's like, well, we have 2 borders. Why do we always talk about one?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot more going on than that one. It's actually got more miles, and there's still people being paid as mules to do lots of things on that border too. So what?
Right, I totally get that. Yep. Well, we still have our east to west coast. You know, what's stopping anybody from coming in by boat?
Well, we know that happens. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
It's like, what do we do? Which part first do we tackle? Do we look at it as a North America thing? Do we look at it as I protect all my sides? Do we look at it as holding the others responsible for I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Synchronicity is the word popping up, Anne. The
Oh
common
yeah.
the
Uh-huh.
common thing of having the same type of dream with your family member. Emotional closeness, wavelengths, subconscious. It's a thing.
Well, I have to have a field of catnip just to keep the cats controlled. We'll put them in a pen, and they'll have their own little pen full of catnip and auto feeder, a cat food auto feeder.
I think with that amount of land, they would find their own food. Well, not in the winter, but. A serial dream killer? I don't thank you. I mean, there's no mess then, but
Yeah.
ugh.
Well, that proof. There wouldn't be any proof either, would there?
No proof, yep. Homestead Aquarius, we will have raids for fresh genetic material for deer and other wildlife we need.
Well, see, maybe we won't fence it in so much, but you got to think about the wildlife. I mean, that's the only way you're going to keep it coming in.
A lot of times they've already established that path. So if we watch the land for the first year and
Yeah.
you figure out where they come in and out at, then you know, well, we don't want to block that area.
Hmm.
Like you can plant a forest of food specifically for them along their trail because we want to be able to keep them around.
Yeah. That would make it so obvious, but I would, scatter it in that general vicinity. Very single women. That's what we have to have. Many of them. You're here. I won't say no. Well, no. Never mind. That made me sound like a slut, didn't it?
The thing that comes to my head is all the women that have already gone through something as a relationship in life and are at a certain age is the average. They're like, I'm going to be single forever. F all of you. So it's like there's this fine line of age of acceptable single woman right? Because do you want a single woman that doesn't want anything to do with, like, what's your definition here, Homestead Aquarius? That's what makes commune special. Is I feel like Homestead Aquarius is gonna have a pineapple mat. Sharon has her hand up.
His concubines. That's what that is. No,
Not
Um,
jaded and bitter ones. Not see. That's why you got to specify, because that's a single woman.
have you there's this thing going around, like younger,
What?
um, and I'm talking like younger than you.
Mhm. I assumed, yeah.
I sort of kind of know your age, but
Uh-huh.
not because you hinted around it. But
Yep.
the thing is that there's this thing going on, like guys are not actively looking for women. Some are, but the largest majority of them are not, because they've been hurt so bad and screwed so bad that, and I'm not, this doesn't reflect on you. I'm just saying that
I'm listening.
they're talking about, the cost of divorce. They're talking about a lot of the younger crowd want the women want everything handed to them. They don't have to, and the only thing they've got to provide is, oh, but you get this. Okay, well, like some of them are saying, a pretty face is a dime a dozen. If that's all they got to bring to the table, that's not how it works. It's 50-50 or get out.
We have
But
a new
that's what's
person to
going
the
on.
party. So Barry, you're the second person today to talk to me about this conversation.
I don't agree with it. I don't agree with any of it.
The way it was explained to me was a younger generation has decided to not get married, not have kids, not do any of that mumbo jumbo because of the money.
Yeah.
And so that's two people that brought it up to me now.
And I'm like, well, okay, well, this will change. This will pass, because there's no way that could continue. Eventually somebody's going to be tired of being alone, and they're going to get married, or they're going to hook up with somebody.
Yep.
These people are going to outgrow it, because right now it's just some kind of weird phase that's going on. And both sides are going to realize, because, hey, the guys are wrong too. It's not just the girls wanting everything from the guy and then just going, well, you get some nookie, I'm sorry. I don't want to buy it. That's the reason I wanted to marry you.
It's making me think.
Hey, girl, dad. Sorry.
I was waiting to see if you were going to say anything else to girl dad. So it's like, your party and there's a new guest. You should acknowledge them. I was just waiting.
Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Okay, go ahead.
I think this is stemming from an overstimulated generation. And they're just kind of wanting some distance and some space because they haven't experienced loneliness yet.
Yeah.
Because of the technology, because of, XYZ. So of course, like you said, it'll phase out. And I think that it's important to understand timing in your life, that we no longer live in the place where you're supposed to get married at 18, right?
Yeah.
I do hear on the other side of this how hard it is to live alone financially. So I'm baffled kind of by that part of people not wanting to seek out relationship, serious commitments. Well, are you living with a group of people at the same time of all this? Because it's expensive out there, so I don't know. Homestead Aquarius, that was the other part of the conversation, was so many have been divorced, so many have, and so many things have happened to generations where parents weren't able to parent. I'm going to say it that way.
Mhm.
Maybe they've left Earth, that kind of thing. So it's a bunch of broken people. And now what do we got?
Yeah, and yeah. So, and they see you have to establish that income flow first. There has to be some kind of income flow, and these days it has to come from two sources. It can't just be one, unless that one is just getting paid really, really damn good.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the sad reality of it. It's not.
Here's what I hope this turns into. What I hope this movement that I've heard about just recently today about younger generation not wanting to seek out commitment with marriage and relationship long term and kids, what I'm hoping happens is we actually do that thing called self-worth and working on ourselves before we commit to trying to love another person when we're don't even understand how we work, because
Yeah.
I think that was missed in the okay, you're 18, you're 21, you're all the fun stuff. Where's the you get to grow as your own person as an individual before we make another person come into our chapter? We've missed that part.
And we have, much as I hate to admit it, we have this to blame for it. The
Yeah.
technology. The technology has raised a lot of the kids who are out on their own now,
Hmm.
unfortunately.
Hmm.
And it's like, you could pick out the ones who were raised by parents. I could tell you were raised by your parents. I could tell the ones who were raised by this
Mm-hmm.
TikTok and
Hmm.
Facebook and yes, YouTube and you know, uh, have you ever been in chat and read some of the stuff that like broken English and you go, okay, but they must be, you think to yourself, they must be from another country and the translation is getting, screwed up.
That's my first yes.
Right. Then you find out they're an American. And you're like, well, why is their English so fucked up?
Yeah, like they're responding, waiting for predictive text to fix it, or they're using
Right.
all the weird abbreviations.
Because how they're raised now, how they're going to, when they go to school, they have a laptop. My girls have laptops. The teacher doesn't have to teach them what there, and there mean. Or they don't have to.
It just auto says, squiggly line, this isn't right.
Yeah. Or how do you sentence structures? How do you type something that makes sense? And they don't have the school laptop to teach them how to do that. Oh, I got red squiggly lines, or I got AI to help me with this. And then you got a bunch of people who they're trying their best. They really are. They think they're saying the right thing in the right order. But then you and I, or even Homestead Aquarius or Ann, read it and you're going, what the fuck? Because the sentence structure is just all wrong. You're going, what's my taxes going towards in education? Because it's not working.
Yeah, there's a huge argument just in my area that why do I can't I check a box to not give money to that anymore because I'm not satisfied, right? a lot of people, I don't have kids in the system. Why do I need to pay property taxes to go towards the damn district? This is stupid.
Yeah.
I hear that a lot. And I'm not going to get on a tangent about education. I'm not going to do that, but people don't have control of their money anymore.
Mm-mm. Well, they're not taught finance. I mean, we were. I know I was. I know Homestead probably was.
We took classes how to write checks and how to make a budget. It was like home ec.
Our math, we had at some point we had a math class that taught us economics, which
I had economics, yeah.
and we also had to learn how to like a fake budget. Okay, so this is how much you're allotted. Okay, and it was a group. Like we would have like 4 or 5 people here, and then another 4 or 5 people, depending on the size of your class.
Mhm.
We all broke up in groups, and we all had budgets, but our budgets weren't the same as the other group, or the other group, or that other group.
Yep.
So we actually had to work together and figure it out. And if it wasn't right, the teacher would tell us it wasn't right, but we wouldn't get a bad grade. We would get a bad grade if we decided we didn't want to keep working at it. So we had to learn it. We either learn it or get a bad grade. And I suck at math, but thankfully we did it in groups, because then I kind of understood it coming from my peers, people that, these are my friends.
It's like I think it should be okay to have real comparison conversations with groups of friends, no matter what age you are, on like, how are things going for you in your budget? How are things going for your food? How are things going with like your health care? I think that's perfectly fine things to talk about with another individual in your friend group. It's not like we're interviewing people at the grocery store or anything, but
No. Yeah, but I don't know. It just, you want to, it's like, I could win a lottery tomorrow. That would be nice. But, just for example, if I won a lottery tomorrow, I would hire somebody, an accountant,
Mhm.
they'd have to be
Financial.
bonded. Yeah, they'd have to be bonded or whatever, because I'm not going to trust just anybody. If there's no insurance policy to protect my money from a crooked accountant, then I want nothing to do with it. And it's not because I'm bad with money. I'm not. It's just the fact that that's a lot of money and you don't want to screw around with, millions of dollars.
Mhm.
You want to keep gaining money. You don't want to keep losing it.
Miss Sharon, the job application game has changed so much from when I started the workforce. I don't know. I don't even know where to go with this. It's like, if I had to go out and actually get a job,
Yeah.
I don't even know if if I could. I'd figure it out, obviously, but it's not the same. The processes isn't the same. The etiquette isn't the same. Yes, I could get a job, but the one I have now that I went back to, it was like an ad on Facebook and a direct mail message DM, and then I got to go there, and then I finally was handed something to put information in. A lot of things, it's here's my website, or here's, you got to go through this workforce center development place and we'll send it out to people. Where when I was in the workforce in the beginning, it was you go directly to the business, you look someone in the eye, you get the form, you fill it out in your car, you turn it back in, you wait a week, you call them and go, hey, did you read my application? They turn it to the beginning of the pile. Then you come in for in-person interview, they ask you questions. Like, that was the process. When I was in the workforce in the beginning.
Excuse me. Yeah, if it was just, your first job or whatever back in like the 80s and 90s, it was just fill out an application and then wait for them to call you, you know. And if you called them, a lot of times they would be like, I haven't got to it yet, which maybe they were telling the truth. Who knows? But you didn't put one in. You put in, like you hit every place you could think of.
Yeah.
Because it bettered your chances of getting a job, even though it was not, a job, your dream job.
And you had a job by the end of the week, usually. I
Yeah.
have people that claim they've put in hundreds. They're saying hundreds of applications and they haven't gotten one, like bait hook situation. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Oh.
Now, and at one point, you didn't even have to fill stuff out either. It was, hey, I know so and so. Do you want to come help me out on Saturday? I'll pay you cash. you know, that used to work.
You want to drive this combine for me?
I've worked with combine for cash before. It was corn. Yeah.
It's a different experience riding up in that cab like that. But
it's really fun to see where the shenanigans happen because you're up, so you can see like, well, there's a deer fight over here.
Yeah.
Flat, and there's a big ass rock over here, and yeah, it was fun driving combine.
Talk about getting bounced around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was an older one, so it wasn't fancy with the air ride, everything.
Yeah. I think, if I remember correctly, the Massey Ferguson was the roughest ride, but the John Deeres were really pleasant. It was like,
well, and it's all on how you maintain your rig.
Yeah. Well, it weren't mine, so.
And so, yeah.
I just took them as, I needed some money, and.
Yeah, and the one I drove, it was, you had to manually do everything. There wasn't the GPS tracking. That like autopilot. No.
Yeah, we didn't have that either.
You move everything. Yeah.
Yeah. And the Massey Ferguson didn't have AC, but the John Deere did. Which I really didn't care whether it did or not, but.
I'm trying to figure out okay, so that was in Australia not long ago. She had to go. So Anne's place. Maybe it's the teacher cat thing.
I think honestly the worst job I had was that portrait company, Olin Mills.
You had to build frames, or what did you have to do?
No, I was the one that interrupted your dinner with calls about, would you like to buy our family package for X amount of dollars. And
You were like a telemarketer. How did you just get in the what just happened? Hi.
I just popped in. Y'all been like driving me crazy up here talking about all this stuff now. Real.
We have to calm down.
Fine. I'm trying to calm down over here.
You're all energized from the storm. You're ready to go.
Oh, I the power came back on, and so I quickly ran around and did a few things. It's like, now I got power. I don't know how long it'll last, so I'm going to make the most of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, the cat thing. I hate texting, and the stupid little tablet here is so hard for me to type on. Okay, so I'll pop up the thing from Australia. They had a teacher in Australia, and she was identifying as a cat. And all the students had to address her as Mrs. Meow, I think. And she was meowing and purring and hissing, and that's how she communicated with the children, like third grade children or so. And she used words, but she also used those as ways to communicate her feelings to them. And then she was cleaning herself too, licking herself on the arms and paws and things like that. So she identified as a cat, and the children had to go along with that. Oddly enough, children talk. Who would have figured? So parents found out about this going on, and I got shut down quickly.
Mhm.
We didn't have a whole lot of that when I was a kid.
Mm-mm.
You pretty much, you didn't identify. I mean, you knew who you were, and you didn't go outside of species. Okay, you didn't go that far, right? Now we got folks going out of species, and so we wonder why the world is getting so you know.
So that was part of the conversation that Barry brought up, that someone brought up to me, of people aren't wanting to get serious with relationships, get married, have kids, because the world we live in and having to bring children into it
Yeah.
just seems irresponsible at this point.
Yeah.
No, we kind of need to live as a species and have kids, but like you just said,
It's not looking good. And then
right.
we've got more people. I mean, it's a whole big thing, right? And we've got. I mean, I don't want to just. Oh, all right. The kids see what's going on. Mind you, humans are pretty smart even from a young age, and then we're exposed to all the media, the stories of the day and the week, and they know what's going on. And of course, our world is getting more chaotic and darker, and you can see more and more people being born, less and less resources. You see the struggles getting harder, and nowadays kids are growing up without a whole lot of hope. Okay, because in their brains, and again, kids are smart. We were smart when we were kids. We had to kind of like dumb down occasionally. It's like, no, mom or dad, I have no idea what you're talking about. We knew. Okay, and kids now know as well. Kids are locked into that survival mode, so their intellect and instincts and their senses
Sorry.
are trying to survive as a little person, right? Until they get old enough, until they get to be the shot caller, the one that gets to decide what goes on in their lives. So they're very in tune with the news of the day and the way things are, I would say. And it scares them, right?
yeah,
And they see everybody's divorced. I mean, as far as that subject goes, they see people are divorced. They know how their parents and their grandparents' marriages went. they've seen their moms and dads fuss and fight. Um, and for the guys, they see their dads and for the most part of what their dads went through. And they're like, yeah, I'm not sure I really want that. Okay. And many people that have gone through it, many men that have gone through the divorce and all the hell that is for you and your children, you know, it's like, yeah, no, I don't, no, I'm good. I'm not interested. No, no, no. It's going to be a hard world, and it's changing. And it may be that the hard times that we face will bring back a lot of the morality and a better baseline of ways of acting and belief structures and things like that. Because without it, you have moral anarchy, which we already have. You have you have nothing, right? Hard times make weak men, or good times make weak men. You know the story. Good times make weak men. Weak men make hard times. Hard times make strong men. And that can be for men and women. Um, right now, what's going on is an unraveling of many decades of just pure crap, and it's quite a bit that we're going to have to go through. I'm afraid for a few years. So people are not looking forward to any kind of, like I said, happily ever after. It's like, oh yeah, everything's going to be wonderful. They can see that it's clearly not, and so they're very, very anxious about such things. Um, would be my take on it, and you know, I don't know, I got a lot too much to say on that kind of thing, but you know, it's a harsh world, man. Kids know what's going on. It bothers them, and daily they're seeing the stories of how AI is taking over all the jobs. If you, I mean, the jobs are still out there, but there's so many more people out there competing for so few and fewer jobs every day.
The thing I've noticed is it's no longer the sentence of, oh, look, a job and I get money and I need the money to do this thing. It's, oh, I don't want to do that. That's hard or icky, or so I'm not even going to try that job. I'm looking for like this other kind of job, and I'm just going to wait till I find that kind of job. Where before it was, oh, a job? Great. Here, job. You give me money. I go live.
Yeah.
If there's a job, you take a job, you make a little bit of money while you're looking for a better job.
That's right. And it's
You
no
know,
longer that domino effect. People are like, nope, I'll just wait to find the one I'm looking for.
I'll wait a while.
I
What
do
I'm
hope that this gives. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, what I'm afraid of is that America is going to end up in the position China was years ago when they had that restriction on how many children they could have. And they ended up with more young women than they did men their age to marry and make children. And they ended up with a bunch of senior citizens men, but all these young women, they didn't want to get with a man that was that old, or because obviously their traditions a little different over there. Here, there is actually, some young women who want to get with an older man because they're already established, But I don't want to, I hate to think that America is going to end up in that position where we've got more of one sex than we do the other because people are so scared to take that first step. But then again, you need to be financially set before you make a commitment.
You really do.
It's kind of weird.
That the Shawnee touched on something earlier that I really believe in. Um, I mentioned stuff about what men have gone through with their divorces and everything. And of course, that's a touchy subject for people. It's controversial, even though the divorce statistics and what happens and everything are very much factual, and it's all out there for everybody to see. Um, but here's the thing: we put so much in. If we have more things like what y'all were talking about earlier, where you've learned to do your finances, you've learned about yourself, where you have your character built, okay, and you're not searching for all this superficial crap. You're taught that you are important, and this is how the world works. This is what you can do. And by the way, these are the things that you can look forward to if you're not on your game. Okay. Make sure that each person, both men and women, are good, solid people with their head on straight, with knowing what it's all about, and they'll make good choices, and they won't make a bunch of dumb choices based on guilt or fear or anything like that. They'll make strong choices. Your men and women will choose good mates, and most importantly, they will be a good mate for someone else. And that's the crucial thing. You take your chances when you partner up with anybody in this world. It doesn't matter whether it's a human or any animal, okay? Because every living thing has got its own say and gets to vote on what goes down in this life. But if you are complete and strong in yourself, then you have a better chance of making good choices. And that's where the stability is for our society at large and our species.
I do think we would have a higher success rate if we didn't have so many broken people trying to be with broken people. If we actually took that time to figure out who we are, how we deal with things, what are our likes, our dislikes, and we could answer those questions before we try to take on another person in our life, I think we would be better off entirely.
Yeah, it's something I wish I knew in my most recent marriage. Wish I knew ahead of time what they were really like, because I wouldn't have been in the mess I'm in now.
To take time.
Mm-hmm. If I was able to talk to their family first, yeah, I'd been better off.
When you think about it, back years ago, there was evil in the world. Okay, there was a lot of evil and unjust things and horrific things. We want to romanticize about things, but there was. I want to say, and I'm sitting here romanticizing that there was a higher baseline for morality, but I think it was probably a crapshoot. I'm sitting here running my mouth. I think it's probably always been a crapshoot. But at some point, it's like I can remember the 60s, 70s, 80s. We had more of a moral baseline. Okay.
I think there was more fear to not misbehave then.
There was that. That was all part of it. We acted better. We were better. We were better. And most of the religions of the world, like I'm gonna say good religions, could agree on what was good and bad. And most of the time was taught, basically the same principles. But now, with that moral baseline being so incredibly low, nothing matters. Whatever you want to do is okay, right? If you want to do it, it's fine. And that's the way the world is. Um, you know, Ms. Sharon said that got that disposable thinking, and everything in the world is disposable, including each other. I mean, people get married and, you know, and they still consider it to be almost like dating someone. Oh, no, you're married. And then when you have kids, it's like, you know, they still consider that almost like they're dating and can just move around different options or whatever. They're not grown up. People are not grown up and mature before they make these big decisions. And then some stick out that, and some stick through it. It just depends on each person. You know, there's some people that I never thought would be married for very long at all, and make it in any way possible. It's like, how could they? And they have children. They're still together to this day, and they're great people, great couples, great families. And the ones that you think are going to make it, they didn't make it. You know, and everywhere in between. But there's a lot of luck in life, unfortunately. But if you yourself are as smart and strong as you can be in all these different areas, it will help each individual. You know, I don't know. I'm just an old guy sitting over here running my mouth at 1:30 in the morning. Good.
If you talk to other people who travel, like to different countries, and I mean in the last 10 years to now, and you bring up the religion conversation of how do you observe people and religion in the countries you've traveled to. This was a conversation that was had, I think it was yesterday, with someone who doesn't live in America, and we're different here in the United States when it comes to the religion thing. And I can't remember the sentence or the word they used, but it's just something to observe going forward. Or maybe you have a story where you've spoke to someone from another country and they went to another country and about the whole religion conversation and how it affected the society or not.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Can't remember what the second thing was that I had waiting. I was going to say. I just think there's a lack of continuing education on how to be a better person when you hit a certain age. It doesn't stop.
That's right.
People need to understand how your damn brain works.
Exactly. I think the kids graduate, but they don't know what they're graduating into.
Mm-hmm.
For decades and upon decades, we've been graduating into a system that just makes us part of slave culture. A continually enslaving culture to turn us all into just numbers for a big machine. That's what we're graduating into for the most part. You're taught to be a good piece of machinery, and people believe that the American dream kind of thing that's put into us and that's been bastardized and changed from what it truly is. The American dream, I believe, is the freedom to do what you want to do within certain limits and to excel, to be allowed to excel as a human being and not be held back by a caste system or any kind of feudal system or anything like that. To not be held back. I think that was the original American dream, but they rebranded that and retaught it to us to where that it means that it means you get out, get you a good paying job, have 2.5 kids, get a big mortgage, get, you know, car payments, payments on boats, nice vacations, all of these things to turn your entire life into a gamed resource. And, you know, they know at each stage of each life what you're going to do to provide these big corporations the money that they want to make their dreams come true, but not yours.
Yeah, if we interviewed either people in high school or just out of high school, this question, Homestead Aquarius, this, what is the American dream? What do you think their answer would be? Because when I was in that age, my answer was the typical American dream was the white picket fence, the beautiful family, the full-time career that you love. That was the dream. And so I don't even know what would my kids say the American dream is? They're not that old. I have no clue. I have no clue what they would say.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Like, I don't know what mine would say either. And mine are, like one's a year or two, well, a year and a half away from graduating. Or a year away from graduating. Like,
What's the new dream that they're selling?
that's not it. Stay out of this.
I can't.
I'm not sure. I for one, and God bless anybody that's got kids right now. Okay, I don't know. Kids see they they pattern. Okay, kids make their patterns after their parents and after what they see everybody do.
Environment, correct?
Yeah, environment. I mean, you got genetic component, of course, but environment is so incredibly everything.
Influencing.
I would say, just my opinion. But what can they look at for the American dream right now? Any kid that's old enough to understand the concept offered to them of what is your idea of the American dream, they would understand the words, but I'm afraid that right now a lot of them, would be like, that's true. I don't know, because it's not looking that good. I mean, and the white picket fence and everything, that's the one that's repackaged for you. The American dream should be for like, okay, what do you want to do with your life? Okay. And, do you have some purpose in your soul that you want to make happen? Is there something that you really love and contribute to the world?
And how are you going to get there?
And how are you going to get there? That's the American dream. Can you do it here in America? Right? Best place in the world to do it for most things. But they don't have the understanding of how much freedom that we have here in America as opposed to other countries.
That is part of understanding the dream, isn't it?
It is part. It's to understand the concept.
Actually have here.
If they're simply asked, what is your idea of the American dream, then little Susie's going to say, well, it's a white picket fence, and I want to have a pretty husband and beautiful kids, maybe a labradoodle. I want a Beamer. It's all this stuff that's put into it. People see it. They see the things. They see the wonderful things, and they think that the American dream, means things. And that's not what it should be at all. And it's not what the human dream of aspiration should be. You know, it shouldn't be that. Go ask someone that's locked into slavery in India or Pakistan or anywhere else on this planet or any of the Middle Eastern countries and ask them what the American dream is, and they would probably have a very good answer that any of us here could really benefit from learning. You know,
The perspective does help when you talk to people that aren't here. That happened to me last year, I think it was. They were like, "You guys are so lucky in America," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, tell me why," you know. And it was the right to vote was the conversation, and I'm like, "Oh, well, it doesn't feel that way when you actually live here," you know, that kind of aspect of it. And it does to a sense. It depends on what level you're talking about. But they don't even have that feeling at all of their voice matters whatsoever.
Mhm.
No, they don't actually know what it's like here, obviously, but it gives you that perspective, let alone their kitchen. Look at where they cook and how they cook in it, and compare that to Mrs. Jones down the road who just ripped apart her kitchen for the third time and spent $22,000 on it. The perspective of when you talk to people outside of the States, it kind of makes you even more sick about living here.
we're very spoiled here, very spoiled, and we don't even know
Right.
it. Right?
Yep.
First world problems. You see third world problems, and then you know, switch back to our life, and it's like, you know, they just want clean water. They just want enough food to eat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they want to be free from a corrupt government and police force. You know, they want to have some. You know, they want to know that they're safe in their own homes. They even want a home. You know, uh, it's a different world outside the United States,
Mm-hmm.
and here it's we've come to be so ridiculous. Um, because we've had so much affluence. Okay, we've had so much easy money for so many decades. That is the environment that creates very, very soft people and so much fluff and so much silliness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we are today. And uh, I don't know. It's just it,
We just have to keep having conversations with people and humans and get it through their brains, like what's been going on isn't gonna work.
yeah. I think that that's going to occur naturally. You're going to have people out there that, you know, find out that, I mean, because see, we have so many people now and so few resources and so few real opportunities to meet the demands of all of those people. Okay.
Mhm.
So there's going to be a lot of losers. Okay.
Mhm.
Lots and lots of people are going to lose. And they're going to have a change in paradigm. That paradigm shift is going to occur. It's occurring every day.
Mhm.
You've got people now that says, well, honey, um, it's looking like, you know, we can choose to have food, um, you know, and power and all this other
Power, yeah,
stuff, or rent. Okay.
or a place to live. Yep.
So what do you say? You know, we're young. Let's get us a tent, or let's get a van, or we'll sleep in a car. We're going to save the money on the rent so that we can afford food, you know, or whatever. The paradigms are shifting huge right now. And unfortunately, that paradigm is going to be shifted for the young people too. Okay. Now, instead of having, like gangs of street urchins, some other place in the world, right? Third world countries, bunch of kids running around, nothing else to do, we're going to have a bunch of that here. I really think we're going to have a lots of people with not much to do because there is nothing for them to do. Now, there's hope on the horizon for things to get better, but I really don't think at this point we're going to avoid lots of pain in our global society, especially for first world countries, the United States, and all of the crown, per se, countries, Canada, Australia, UK, all these places that have had such a great run of, capitalism, freedom, beneficial or lots of benefits and stuff. It's just not there. It was based on a fiat dollar that's dying. Our resources are going away. There will be groups of people that do better, and the kids will do better. It's how you train your kids. It's what you can offer. It's what you can hand down to your children. It's what you can teach them. I don't know. It's a rough road. It's a rough road coming. My kids are grown and gone, and they're in the middle of all of this stupidity. Huge mortgages and payments and all this kind of stuff that I tried to warn them about. They're out there trading their life for all of this stuff. A lot of people's kids are out there doing that. Okay. But they're predicting the AI will take so many jobs over the next year or two. And that's really just getting started with it. By the time we add AI to very useful robotics, it's going to be a sad day. I don't know. I got a lot of darkness in here. Okay.
Well, it's not just there though. I mean, it's everywhere, and at some point we got to look away from it, because as that movie said, if you stare into the abyss long enough, it stares back.
Yeah.
Right.
Just being realistic about things.
Yeah, you can't let the dark, whatever you perceive the darkness as being, you can't let that be what consumes you, because we are a species that wants to come out on top.
Yeah.
And I see more people doing what we do, like growing stuff. Even younger people are learning. Like I talked to a young girl who's related to Goblin, and she's wanting to start a channel, or she may have already started a channel, but she wants to grow stuff because she knows it tastes better, and because it's something that she put in the ground herself. And to be quite honest with you, I think that she's listened to her papa enough to know that you might have to have those skills later on. And that's kind of a weird, that's such a foreign concept to me at this point, because this child has to know why being able to grow your own food in the future is going to be so important. Because we didn't have to think about that, especially me and Aquarius. We didn't have to think about that when we were growing up, because we had everything it was just right there, you know. And then all of a sudden, you got these kids like her. She was much, what maybe she might be in middle school. I'm guessing. I don't want to give a lot of information out because it's not my kid. But to see that she's interested and that spark is there, that's amazing. That is awesome. I love seeing that. And just for the fact that it's sometime down the road, she might have to use that skill to make a little money. Sell some tomatoes that you grew or whatever, or just eat them because, she was interested in canning too. I thought, damn, that's amazing. It's just a shame that there's not enough younger people out there with that same attitude that Shawnee has, or that some of us old folks have. Folks, but it's a scary prospect. It's a scary world that I thought it was scary before, but now it's getting real, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Right?
People need to get real.
It's getting real. It's so much in your face right now that you can't just go, oh, well, that doesn't affect me,
Well, it's like if I could. Oh, sorry.
The future doesn't give a shit about your feelings. Okay.
Your feelings.
That's basically. And what were y'all saying earlier? Nobody's coming to save you. Okay. Yeah. Life doesn't care whether you live or die. It doesn't care whether your kids do good or not. And people need to get back to that grit, right? Barry, you and I, we grew up in decades where everything was cheap and easy, really, whatever you wanted. But just before us, okay, our grandparents and great grandparents and all those before that, that was the real world. Okay, that was the real world without all the easy stuff. And kids back then, especially the ones that grew up on the farm, they knew how and why they were planting food, right? It was like, well, if we don't grow the food, then we don't have food during the winter, and we starve to death. And so, that's going to take care of some laziness pretty quick. And kids knew that, and they were made to do it if they didn't. And families survived that way, and sometimes not in a good way, but they may have survived. A lot of them didn't. But there's very many people that starved because they didn't have enough food. There were churches to help, and then other people would help and that kind of thing, but a lot of people didn't. They didn't make it. For all various reasons that life has to offer, but it was grow your own food, make sure you got enough wood for the winter, make sure you did this, make sure you saved every little bit of cloth for blankets and to, fix your clothing. If you didn't, then you were foolish. And that would eventually catch up to you. And we're back to that. Miss Sharon there, she had a great comment there. Says that I think the only difference between someone in a foreign country and us is that they know they are living a slave life and we don't. So that's a very important thing. We're living basically in the matrix. We don't know it. I'm speaking generally speaking here. People don't know that they are living the life of a slave. They don't know that each point of their life is actuarialized and farmed out. And my best strategy to give to younger people, especially those with kids and kids themselves, is to reassess your wants and needs, okay? Because your wants are put in your head primarily by someone else. You just don't realize it. Your needs are very simple: food, water, shelter. And then, there's a few others that are strong in their love, and relationships are very strong, but still kind of a want. But most of our wants are placed there by people who benefit from us wanting them. And that's what controls us. That's what creates that darker energy inside us, that self, okay? That selfish hunger for these things that we want. That's what causes so many people to do sketchy, bad things, things that hurt other people to get what they want. And so that goes along with, people being taught, of these things, taught about yourself, taught about the ego, taught about, how to be a good person, how to, what you're talking about, Shawnee. I'm not sure how to phrase it, but, all the self work, okay, to be attitudes and why they're important. Any of these things that, used to be so strongly taught that made our societies better, that's not taught so much anymore. I run my mouth way too much, and I do apologize. Y'all gotten into a conversation that, I really, really enjoy.
It really boils down to a basic list. A list of don't and a list of do. If you really boiled it down, if we all handed every single human the list, no, they're not going to follow the damn list, but I'm just saying, all of us have the same: don't buy this, don't do this, don't say this, don't act like this. Okay? Do this with the earth, do this with your body, do this with your mind, and then forget the rest of it.
And the important question is why. That's the most powerful question in
Usually
the
you have
human
to say it
existence.
5 times. Usually you ask why 5 times to get to your actual baseline of
You get to the truth after 5 times.
truth. Yes.
But
Be right back.
Okay.
The question of why, when kids are taught that it's okay to ask why, right? That's when you learn. That's the most powerful question of the human experience is why. Why is this happening? Why does this exist? Why is it like this? Why can't I do this? That kind of thing. So often it's like, you don't need to know why.
To never
You do
stop
that.
asking.
That's right. That's right. But what happens in life? We get beat down. That little child, that child spirit gets beat down over time. Even under the best conditions, a lot of times, there are very few, like 99 percentile, just awesome families out there. And the kids get beat down. That spirit gets beat down over time. Life doesn't. But, if you can build that strong place where kids can ask why and they can learn why, then they know the underlying thing, because we got people now that just follow orders, right? People have always just following orders. Just follow, why am I doing this? It don't matter. You're doing it because you get a paycheck. You do what I tell you or you don't get a paycheck anymore. You know what? There goes your mortgage, okay? When you don't have a house anymore, you think your wife's going to stay there with you? Nope, she's gone. She's looking for somebody else, right? So you're going to do what I tell you to do, and then you're going to get a paycheck. Does that sound good? Yeah, boss, that sounds pretty good. I'm going to do that. It's a little wrong, but I'm going to do it. So you're not worried about that anymore, are you? You're going to do the thing I say, even so that it's wrong. Okay. that comes into the compromise. Okay. When you are putting yourself out there and reaching for more than you can easily grasp and hold on to, easily pay for, easily do. When you do that, when your grasp extends your reach, that kind of thing, and you just really don't even know it, that's when you become compromised. That's when you can be used as a tool. But when you keep those, the things that you need to be extremely small, right? And you use your life's energy to build up, especially while you're young, that gives you the options of FU money. Okay. That gives you options to where you cannot be controlled and compromised by someone else. That gives you options for your family. It's amazing how much more at peace you are when you live so far beneath your means that you don't have to do anything for a year or two, if you don't want to. It's amazing. I've been there. Okay. I've been on a job when these things happen, and they having layoffs, and somebody asked me, says, "Well, ain't you worried that you're going to be laid off? You just got here." I'm like, "Well, yeah, I'm probably going to be laid off, but honestly, I could use a break, need a vacation." You're like, "What?" It's like, "Yeah, I mean, I don't owe anything." Okay, so yeah, give me a month vacation. We'll be back when it gets busy again. I'll be fishing. I've been there, and it's that's the kind of thinking. Like when my grandparents would tell me, if you can't pay for it with cash, you can't afford it. Not that I listened. Okay, not that I heard all that back then. I did. And they were a great example of that. And that's why it finally did kick into me later on in life, but certainly not when I was young. Yeah, no, and that's what you learn. Pick up that experience, through pain, and then you sound like your parents and your grandparents.
Miss Sharon talks about, I usually run out of answers before the kids run out of whys. There's ways to get around that. You go with the conversation with the kid, you answer it, and they go, why? You answer it, and then you get to that point you're saying where you don't have an answer, and you turn to them, because sometimes they're just saying why as like a period, like end. Sometimes you go, what is your question? Like you start the process over again, and they might just walk away and be silent, because then they understand, like, oh, that really was the end of what we're discovering right now and learning and soaking up as little sponges.
Yeah.
So having sentences is very powerful as a person.
I tell you what, when your kids are growing, when you're raising your kids, that's a big part of most parents growing up too. You're training them and they're training you.
Mm-hmm.
And like, how dare you make me sound like my dad?
Yeah, and then you have that moment of deciding, do I want to continue to sound like my dad, or do I want to write my own story?
Well, it's true. But then you get a little older and you find out, Dad kind of knew what he was saying. It most of the time it loops back to that, but it depends on what your situation was.
The context,
right?
Yeah.
It depends on. Yeah, you can write your own story.
Your story's going to be based on what your dad taught you, though.
Yeah, and
you
some
realize
people,
it or not.
Some people are blessed with wonderful families and parents, and some people are not. I was sort of middle of the road, and there was things I definitely didn't want to do, and things I definitely did want to do. But it's all individual. But I don't know. But you can definitely you, you can that's part of it is writing your own story. Just don't identify as a cat if you're not in fact a cat. You know, and then please, if you're a human that identifies as a cat, get spayed or neutered. You know,
Yeah, really. Well, lucky for me, this cat identifies as a cat.
I would say that is a cat. Yeah.
It didn't grow up confused.
Does it know which litter box to use?
It's got two, so it just chooses whatever one's not occupied.
Man, talking about that. When I don't know if you saw that, what I wrote the other day, but when I went to the doctor and I was leaving, walking through the long hallways and everything, I had to hit the restroom. So I saw the restrooms up ahead, went ahead and walked in and looking at it, it's like really strange. It's like this is strange in here, you know. Couldn't put my finger on it. Like, where's the urinals? There's no urinals. There's just a bunch of stalls. I'm like, well, they got the privacy up on this. I mean, it was weird, but I was like, it just doesn't feel right, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then out from one of the stalls comes a lady, and she informs me that this was the women's restroom. Like, oh, okay. I was shocked, and she was on close to a warpath. I'm like, hey, God bless you and me. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking. My old man brain is over here in operation, and I'm out of here. You know, I'm go right over here next door. Thank you. You know, that was embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You dad making biscuits? Jill or
Making-
Klaus? Yeah, she's
Yeah.
settled.
Cats don't worry about a whole lot, do they?
No, then they'll lay down when you're fixing to get up and move around a little bit. This one here is just all it can think about is when can I get my time in your lap and food, and that's it. She don't care about anything else.
Dogs and cats, animals that were completely manufactured for mankind, a domestic life. No place in the natural world for them. Although they do pretty good in the natural world, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they do pretty good.
I miss my cat.
Well, I got plenty I can give you.
No.
Yeah. Casey. Go over there. Go warm. How about you warm up my end of the bed? You know, the little end that you guys let me sleep in. Warm it up for me. So it's not. Oh, okay. Whatever. He's like, nah, I don't think I will.
Are you growing any catnip yet?
No, I have not had any luck at growing catnip.
I haven't had real catnip. What's up, Gear?
I could keep mint going, but I can't seem to make catnip grow.
Catnip is weird, man, for me. It's weird to grow. I've not had success with catnip.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though,
Yeah.
you know, we're talking about the future and life and everything, and we want hope for things to get better. The best thing I can tell people is to really seriously, really reevaluate wants versus needs. Work as much as you can, as hard as you can, to bring in those resources, money, anything else that you can find that is important and valuable in your world. You can use it or whatever. You know, you've got things that you can buy with money, and then things that you can get for free. Right? You got things that are, once you have them, they're money. You know, it's all things that you can bring into your world. Bring as much in as you can, and don't let much of it go out. You know, cut back in every way possible. Grow your own food, as much of that as you can. Do with less. This is the advice that came to us from centuries before us, you know, and that's where your value systems matter. You know, Barry and I come from a place, and many others here, whatever, you know, we had one phone on the wall in the house. Some people didn't even have a phone, but, you know, most of us did. You have a phone, just one, with a really long cord that you could pull, you know, to your
It's
bedroom,
all
maybe.
twisted up.
Yeah. And you had people, I remember conversations where it's like, dude, we're going over to Tim's house. They got like 4 phones, you know, 4 phones in the house. They got like a phone in every bedroom. And then we became that family, right? Each of us had a phone, and each of us had an aquarium, and each of us had this and a stereo, and all of this 80s and, you know, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Well, not 90s, you know, all the materialistic stuff, right? Really don't
Yeah.
need that, you know. One room log cabin that Abe Lincoln was brought up in didn't have a phone. All of this stuff that we've got that we take for granted we haven't had that as humans for only a very tiny, short amount of time, and they've used it to enslave us, right? Oh no, we get pretty deep in here. Get
Yeah.
pretty deep tonight. Yeah.
I think that has a lot to do with the topic at hand that Barry had in the description of romancing the end of the world. Why do some people beg for it? I think people are begging for it to have us reminded of what to be grateful for, what really should you not take for granted. Maybe their desire is to have us slapped in the face to go back to the basics. That's why people are begging for it.
Yeah. At the end of the world, that's, you know, that's, I know people that are romancing like Civil War, World War, all kind of hardships.
Hmm.
Ugh, no. I mean, you know, I know some people that imagine themselves to be great warriors, right?
Yeah.
And they're begging for a civil war.
Hmm.
And their blood is all pumped up to prove their manhood, right? And it's like, yeah, but you've got kids, you've got a wife, you've got parents, you've got other people that you care about. You have no idea what you're asking for, what you're talking about. begging for a civil war to happen so that, we could set this country straight. Who is to say that at the end of this thing, your ideals will be the ones that win out? Okay. But yeah, there's a lot of people that do, and I get
Yeah,
that. I get it.
I think it begs the question though. If you really want that to happen, you really want everything to just come to an end so you can prove your manhood or whatever the hell they're trying to prove. One, who's going to be there to see it? Two, you don't like people in the first place, so why are you spouting this on YouTube? And three, what kind of world are you going to live in? Let's just say nuclear war was what they're hoping for. Dude, it's going to be so hard, so freaking hard to survive after a nuclear war. They have no idea what it's going to be like. It's not going to be like the Terminator. Well, okay, yeah, it might be. The scene where all the robots are going, it's all dark and there's the ground is littered with 2 or 3 foot high bones of people that they killed. Oh, I guess that's what they want. I think one of their problems is they just don't want to admit they don't like people. It must not like people.
Yeah, you hit a very good point there. A lot of them are already antisocial. A lot of them are disenfranchised.
And they think they're better than anybody else.
Big one right there. And here's the thing: they may not mind if a lot of people die. May not mind that at all. And it's not just the apathetic; it's the hatred. There's a lot to be said for all of that. What you just opened up, and I'm not qualified to say it all.
They and some of these channels that are all gung ho like that are military. There's maybe ex-military, and they just got that mindset that, oh, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it, but I will. Fuck you, dude. I'm going to shoot you first. I'm sorry, but it's not. How can you romance something that means, the end of 90% of humanity?
Humans.
Yeah. You just have to. I mean, you've got to hate other people to have that kind of mindset.
There's all kinds of contracts, and all of them line up around 2028, 2030 to have a certain number of nuclear submarines built and workable and usable. And it's not just one type of government that's doing this. There's all of them have a contract to build. Who's going to build the best? And it's like, okay, so what's your guys' plan for that? Like, I get you're like, oh, well, because it's faster and can go longer. Well, you're still using the nuclear word. So what is happening in 2030 then? Because you all have this plan always.
But it doesn't involve us directly.
God's sakes.
It never involves us. And all the movies have got it right. I hate to say it. Even the cartoons. It's always a villain. And they just want to bring on, they want to either control everybody or just get rid of everybody. And which they fail to realize that once you get rid of everybody, you have nobody to keep things going except yourself. And he had all these villains, even the funny ones, had cronies. They had people do their dirty work for them. But once you get rid of the people who do all the dirty work for you, then you're a rich person living on a planet that has nobody else there. So who's going to do all that shit for you now?
Mhm.
You know?
They take their own
Nobody.
power away. They like the power of controlling people and having their head up their ass, and then they take all the people away, and like they just took their own power away, in their head of what they
They're
thought
going to
power
be,
should be.
yeah. I'll be sadly disappointed. I wish I could be a fly on the wall. Or a bee. Sting on the ass for being stupid. That's weird. It's so weird. It's weird to even think, like having a conversation like this, because I never thought I was going to bring kids up in a world where it's a little bit uncertain what our future's like. What is our future going to be, or their future? Never mind mine. Shit, I want my kids to be able to do everything I did. Well, maybe not everything I did, but
Well, you go, hey parent, did you ever have this feeling? Did you ever have this feeling of fear of what the world was going to be for me, your child, when I got of age to be where it mattered or whatever? And they might say, yeah, a little bit. And a lot of the times they say, I couldn't have never imagined that it would be what's going on today for you guys. And so now fast forward to the next chunk. Uh, you know, do you fear about what, like, it's escalated beyond what anyone could have fathomed for their children. So yes, it's scary.
Do
Well-
what you want your children to remember in decades from now when it's going to matter to them. When your girls can, let's just say, somebody asked your girl one day, 30 years from now, well, why are you planting that corn? Why are you planting it that way? Well, I'm doing this because this is what my dad did. We were together and we planted corn. We had a little patch of corn. It was about 30 feet long and it had like 5 or 6 rows of corn. And, we tilled the ground up and everything, planted the seed. And that grew. We took care of it along with a few other vegetables. And that made a big difference when I was a kid growing up because we had food. It stretched what we could make the money go. We had food when we wouldn't have before. And so that's why we do it now. That's why I'm planting this corn. And that's why I'm, taking care of these tomatoes over here. So we've got food. Teach your kids what you want them to remember, and that, and that 30 years from now, when they're in that tough situation, they'll have your example of that.
The list of what matters.
There you go. List of what matters.
Yeah.
Johnny's list of do's and don'ts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, folks, this has been really cool. It's been a wonderful birthday and a great live stream with intelligent people. And I'm proud to say you're all my friends. And even the one in the corner eating that white crayon. Don't you know the green ones are better? Thank you, Shawnee.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's early yet, but it's going on like 3:19 here. So thank you, everybody who has spent my birthday evening with me. You could have spent it with anybody. You spent it with me and Shawnee and Homestead Aquarius. A goblin.
Happy
He was
birthday,
up here for a while. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we'll end it right there. I'm not going to have a long Southern goodbye. Bye.